scale up right from clients defaulting to ensuring minimum SOPs for workplace happiness, to at times talent absconding, to the issue of not getting pitch fee, to the issue of idea thefts. There's so many things which are there, right? And I believe that if we all come together, and we've already started to see a lot of that happening amongst independent digital agencies or partnerships and collaborations, I think together we could be stronger. So shout out to Mr. Naval Ahuja as well. If something that we can collaborate and create a kind of a platform through iDAC where certain things collectively can be agreed upon so that we are stronger. Now we know that in the long run for a digital independent agency, it's not just getting acquired through a cookie cutter template which a network offers, but there's so many more possibilities that are there, including the route to IPO, where the valuations have been tremendous of late for advertising companies. So there's so many possibilities, and I think we can only unlock them if we work together, if we collaborate, and if we come together. So do scan this. If someone is interested in having a chat on it, would love to connect and take discussions forward. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for having me here, Naval, and look forward to meeting all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Naqvi. Can we have a bigger round of applause? I think a very interesting start to our day, and with so much possibility that lies ahead of us, I would like to remind you that maybe tweeting is also another unique idea that you can do to connect with our speakers. So don't forget to tweet. Our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, has diversified experience working with global brands. But before I call our next speaker, I would like to invite Mr. Naqvi back on our stage, because I think the claps wasn't enough. We'd like to give a small token of our appreciation. So may I please invite Mr. Saurabh Gulani, Head of Business at Prism X, powered by Mob Avenue, to please join us on stage and give a small token of appreciation to Mr. Naqvi. Right, with that, as we move forward, our next speaker, like I mentioned, has diversified experience working with global brands, consulting brands on achieving their marketing objectives using interactive media, assisting organizations with optimum solutions for achieving brand visibility in the digital media space. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and join me in welcoming Mr. Sudesh Balan, co-founder and Chief Creative Officer at Tonic Worldwide, who's going to share his thoughts on the recipe of a successful human and digital collaboration. Can we give a warm welcome to him? Would you like a cordless, or the podium is good for you?
Okay, I'll manage this.
Yeah?
It's all right.
No, I have the cordless if you want.
It would take time, right?
No, it's right here. I'll give it to you.
Okay. That's fine.
Give me the cordless here. Then
Hi guys.
So click it to move forward green, to go back.
Okay, super. No, I think I'll do with this.
This?
I'll do with this. Thank you. Hi. So I won't talk about the rains. A lot of us have already spoken about it. Let's get into some more interesting conversations. Recipe for human and digital collaboration. Food, it has to be for us Indians, right? Because if we are not talking about what we ate, we are talking about what we are going to eat, what we plan to cook, or what our relatives ate in 1972. So this makes sense. So the best way to help you understand a collaboration, I thought, because it's a recipe, right? I would like to show you a picture. Okay, it's right here. I think the jury is still out on can it be called a vegetarian or vegetable biryani. But I thought to help you understand what a collaboration looks like, that's what it is. It's a biryani, right? It's a mix of ingredients. The masalas has to be right. You have to take your time to cook it. And most importantly, if any one of us who have cooked biryani, there has to be some jugaad. So I thought this is the best picture that could help us get more deeper into the whole aspect of human and digital collaboration. When I'm saying digital collaboration in today's times, right, technology plays a big role in digital. And the buzzword, of course, AI. So a lot of my mentions out here would be the aspect of AI and how to use it right. So let's, in this collaboration, ingredient number 1, humans, right? We are like the masala dabba. We are like sweet, spicy, sometimes sour, and we also have ingredients which is past its expiry date, but we are still going to use it. We won't tell anyone for sure. Our emotions swing like the stock market. One moment we are calm and composed, next moment we are saying Vodafone, why no network? So that's what we have got to work with, our emotions. And when brands, for example, in this case I would pick up Microsoft, they launched an AI chatbot. Now, what they wanted to do was an AI chatbot which could engage with you on Twitter. It could be a fun banter, and while it is engaging, it's evolving, it's learning from all the conversations that's happening on Twitter, and it's kind of growing with that data. What happened is you got a racist troll, because now it's known as X, but Twitter, most of the time people are ranting. So all the data that was picked up by AI was all these conversation was all people were ranting and cribbing and complaining or dissing other people. So that's the data it got, and this chatbot was a complete racist troll which Microsoft had to pull down. That's what happens when we don't try to understand how humans would behave. We're so caught up in technology or building those kind of technology, we kind of miss the whole human aspect. Then comes the aspect of technology, right? It's like a pressure cooker, because we are talking about food and recipes. So it's like a pressure cooker. And if you have ever kind of handled a pressure cooker, we know it's fast, it's efficient. But one wrong move and bam, the dal is on the kitchen walls, painted all across. Technology is like that relative who comes to your house and tells you 100 Mbps speed. Or in America, we get 1 Gbps, and that too in every room. So it kind of somewhere tries to egg you into doing things which you won't even want to do. So Amazon, right? So they wanted to improve their recruitment process. So they built a whole aspect of AI into their recruitment tool. Now that's a great idea, because they wanted unbiased information from artificial intelligence so that they could make the right hires. What happened is that it was fed on 20 years data, this chatbot, or this tool, sorry, this artificial intelligence tool. What happened is it was only suggesting male candidates, because all the data that it got for the past 10 years, they saw that maximum applications that came from candidates were men. So it decided that it would have to be a male candidate. So any mention of women's chess team or women's basketball team, and it would cancel out that. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not even doing this. That was a pressure cooker, but this is, so that's how it goes. All of the creatives that you see is made by AI. I didn't take any effort in creating it, because I thought it's the right way to do it, because we are talking about human and digital collaboration. This is the best way. This whole PPT, except for what I'm saying, that's me, but rest, all the visuals is done by AI. So so there's two ingredients, like human and technology. When you mix this both, right, what happens? I'll give you a good example. It's like making chai with soya milk. Sounds fancy, but nobody knows what they are doing and how it will turn out, right? Human and digital collaboration, one more example I would like to give, which is very common now, especially after COVID, it's the online meetings, video conferencing, right? Most of the times it's like a wildlife documentary. Someone's screen frozen like a deer caught in headlights. Some audio is switched on, it's echoing sounds like a peacock is mating. And again, someone's unmuted and you can hear him snoring, or maybe he's making pakoras, so you're confused. So tech also messes up, and big time. So we are all, a lot of marketeers here, we talk about performance, we talk about reaching the right audience. So Facebook targeting, again they built in an AI into the whole targeting tool, and it got so brilliant that it could get cohorts or particular groups, diverse groups. The only problem was, and an agency tried to investigate, and they realized that they could even target hate groups. One of the popular hate groups was hate Jews. So it went that bad. So again, now when I try to make this creative, I try to add in AI if I can put hate Jews, or I could put any hate groups mentioned, the AI didn't allow me to do it. So yes, it is, the intelligence is getting better because humans are putting that control over it. Now, as I mentioned about biryani, if you have to make the right biryani, you have to know some jugaad. And we Indians are super good at, doing jugaads, right? We can fix anything. If you don't have a remote, you maybe use a spoon, right? If you don't, your Wi-Fi is down, you can definitely use your neighbor's Wi-Fi. You know their son's name because you saw his name on the toppers list of SSC, so you can definitely use that as a password, and it will work most of the time. And we are so good at jugaad, like even in adverse situations, right? Maybe we are on a team call and we've got 5 tabs open and only 1 tab is about work. We're still super good at closing all those tabs and opening up your PPT like a champion, and the boss is really impressed. So jugaad, we would like to think it's an Indian term and it only happens in India, but this is global too. Take the example of Burger King ad. So Burger King did a very smart jugaad. What they did is they ran TV commercials and they called out to your Google Homes. So in the TV commercial, someone would mention, okay Google, what is a Whopper? Now, if we have Google Homes, you'll know it gets triggered the moment someone says that. And did get triggered and works fantastic. Till the time, again, some humans who are good at jugaad, they went and changed the ingredients of Burger King on the Wikipedia page. So, one of the key ingredients was rat meat. So, that's a challenge. Again, they had to call it down. They had to pull it down because you couldn't do much about it. So I would say it's not human or tech. It needs a mix, a good mix of both. Otherwise, you'll just end up with a khichdi which no one ordered. So it has to be a collaboration. It has to be collaboration like a thali. That's it, the thali image, yeah. It has to be like a thali. Now in a thali, you have the aloo gobi, which is very reliable but boring. That's tech. And you also have human. It's like achar. Spicy, but most of the times unpredictable how it will turn out. So, if I have to put one more metaphor, it would be like making chai, right? So you use the right ingredients to make a chai, sugar, tea leaves, and you be patient throughout the journey. If you rush it up, it turns bitter. But if you take some time and add the right amount of ginger, we all know it's going to be magical the way it works. So I would say it's not man versus machine, it's chai pe charcha with your laptop plugged in. So that's all I had to say, but I thought if I'm going to come here and do the speech, I would like to give you guys an example of human and digital or technology or AI collaboration. I thought I will do it live. If all of you guys are up for it, I'll take 5 minutes. Is that a yes? No? Yes? Okay, let's try to do this. What I want is maybe 2 or 3 dishes. If you can name 2 or 3 dishes, I'm going to note it down and I'm going to create something out of it. Definitely not some food item. Yeah, I wish I could do that with technology, but I wouldn't be able to. So, can someone help me, please? Dosa. Lovely. Good one. What else would it be? Sorry? Pani puri. Oh, I heard pani puri, then I heard pav. Like food gets us all excited for sure. Pani puri, then what else? One more, guys, come on. Pizza. Okay, lovely. So, I'll take around 5 minutes, but trust me guys, it will be worth the wait. I'll be working out here, just 5 minutes. I'll dish out something really good for you guys. If you guys want to announce something in between, if people are getting bored or something. Okay. By the way, we are all marketeers here, right? We spoke about the food items. What about a brand? Any brand that comes to your mind? Sorry? Pret a Manger. Pret a Manger is like something like that, right? I'm still confused with the pronunciation. Can we pick up an Indian brand? I think it would be more fun. I'm so sorry. MTR Masala. Which one were you saying? Amul? AMUL, right? Okay, that would get more interesting, I think. Sagar, I've sent him a file. If he can just connect it. He's got it? Okay, okay. Okay. There's a tech challenge. I'm sorry guys, it's taking a bit of time because it was very last moment.
Magic in each bite, but I'm just so fine. It's good every night. You make me skin tonight. Most days will make you fly. I'm all up windows so treat. Honey, will break you, baby. It's a top so warm and sweet. Without a life's complete. Freshly squeezed glass of milk. Soft as butter, smooth as silk. Healthy snacks that make you milk. Will kiss you.
Thank you guys. I hope you got the song. It's words given by you guys. Just took me 5 minutes. Thank you.
So thank you firstly, that was really quick and creative. I'd like to invite Ms. Seema Walia, National Agency Head at ShareChat and Moj, to please join us on stage and give a small token of our appreciation to our speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big round of applause for him? Alright, ladies and gentlemen, next up is our first panel of the day. While the stage is getting set for the panel discussion, I'd like to ask you how many of you use AI in your day-to-day creative processes? Can you raise your hand and give me a shout? That's 6 people only, 7? Come on, slowly, don't be shy about it. We all use it somewhere or the other, right? To ease on the processes. Can you tell me a quick example or a quick way how it has helped your creativity and not made it very robotic? Because I've tried, to be honest, ChatGPT a couple of times, ask AI to be particular, to write my scripts, but sometimes it turns out really robotic. So I want to ask you, how do you manage that? Can we have a mic in the audience? Anybody who would like to take a stab at it? Tell us how AI helps you, maybe even to start with the process, like initial idea or initial thought. Anything? Anyone? No? Come on, we won't tell the clients. All right, we have one person raising his hand. Can you please pass the mic there? Then can somebody go with the mic? The gentleman there. Can you please raise your hand one more time, sir?
Yeah.
Hi, what's your name, sir?
My name is Sushil.
Is that you? Is that you? That's AI.
The mic. Yeah, my name is Sushil. I'm founder of Candy Studio. We're a small, cute little creative agency based in Navi Mumbai. And yeah, we have incorporated AI into our daily operations, right from writing a script for a small ad to writing social media calendar, captions, even tools like Midjourney for creating visuals. So yeah, it's, and even कुछ पर्सन बातें करने के लिए भी AI यूज हो जाता है.
I want to ask you, because maybe I'm putting the prompts wrong, but do you feel that AI sometimes turns out to be a little more distant, if I may say, and not very warm?
At times, yes. If you don't prompt it well, then yeah, it will be distant. Yes.
And how do you counter that when you're working with AI?
So just improvising on the prompt, giving it more iterations if I'm getting the wrong results. Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Can you give me a big round of applause? Thank you for sharing. And as you see, our stage is set for our first panel discussion, which is going to talk about transforming the way of brand building with digital marketing. And I'd like to invite on stage our panelists. So please welcome Mr. Akhil Nair, founder, Big Trunk Communications Private Limited. Give a big round of applause. We'd also like to welcome Pooja Asir, Head of Marketing EV Passengers Cars at Tata Motors Limited. Please do join us. And let's keep the warm applause going. Come on, we are not AIs. We can be warm. We also have on the panel Mr. Ankit Sonavane, Business Head Grapes, Mr. Prashant Devra, CEO Pure Tech Digital, and chairing this session is Mr. Nabil Merchant, CEO Howl Digital. Can we collectively give a big round of applause to the speakers on stage? A very warm welcome to you. And Nabil, I'd leave the stage over to you.
Good morning, everyone. I hope it wasn't a huge challenge to get here, especially after the chaotic last 24 hours. But I'm glad to be on stage with these wonderful people. So I'm going to ask each of you guys to give a quick, maybe a 30-second introduction, on how you guys have started and built, the firms that you guys represent. Right, Prashant? Let's start with you.
Thanks Nabil, and thank you e4m for arranging iDAC and giving the due recognition and respect to independent agencies, which is much deserved, I think. We have the hard way up, and it's so good to see a full audience after a humbling and horrifying experience last evening. So this is about a decade ago, about 15 years back, that this idea struck, and somehow just stumbled upon the opportunity of doing something in digital. So it's just been over a decade, and today we run a 270 people agency in Bombay with a big focus on performance marketing and slowly endeavoring to becoming a full funnel marketing agency, because that's the new normal of what we need to do post the pandemic. Largely working with enterprises, brands in the banking, financial space and e-commerce. That's what we do, and I think our superpower is building business KPIs for our clients. And that's what we're really known for. I'm very happy to be here with my fellow colleagues.
you. So I'm representing Grapes Digital. My CEO couldn't make it because of the rain, so flight got delayed. I'm the business head for Mumbai, Aniket Sunane, and been in this industry for 15 years now. And we are a 9-year-old agency, complete 360 solution provider to our clients. We look into everything that a client is, trying to achieve in his journey. And, we try to be the partner that everyone is looking out with the ability that every brand today needs. And that's all.
Thank you so much, Aniket. Pooja has had a very, very, I would say, colorful career path, I would say, and we will all love to know more about your journey.
Sure, so I'm just going to take a leaf from where he left. I'm the client who demands all of you guys to be in the part of my journey to get the business done. So I represent Tata Motors and I take care of consumer marketing for all passenger vehicles. Prior to this, I had a short stint with Paytm, again where was looking at e-commerce, and prior to that I spent 16 and a half years with Unilever looking at the foods brands, Glow and Lovely, and looking at almost across the world brands coming to India, South Asia and Southeast Asia. So yes, not from the agency world but from the cruel client world for all of you guys, but happy to be here and happy to understand what's new in the digital world and how it can help us to deliver business and to make consumers' choices much more simpler. Yeah. So that's me.
Thank you so much, Pooja. And now we'll move to Akhil.
Thanks, Nabeel. Thank you, e4m, for the opportunity. I think lovely to see your fellows, like Prashant mentioned. I think I represent part of what Pooja said is the other side of business, the agency side. I represent a company called Big Trunk. We are a full-service agency, digitally. About 12 years old. We do everything in that space. Media, performance, creative, SEO. We've catered to the needs of almost every category that exists in the space today. We have about 200 people as an enterprise getting there as we speak. I think this is interesting as a forum also because this entire group, apart from Pooja, represents about 10% of the agency universe. The other 90% is with the big six, right? And if we have a forum commissioned for the bottom 10, it's one of those rare occasions when we feel happy to be part of the bottom 10 percentile, right? I think it's also interesting because e4m took digital tool literally. Nabeel was supposed to be on the panel and about an hour back he got to know that he's going to moderate. So it's as dynamic as life can get. And again, we're thankful because we got Pooja on the same panel. We've all very fleetingly shared our decks, shared our visiting cards, shared our emails with her. So and requested her to give us arrows on one product each. So the ones who can relate will know what I mean. Okay? So thank you so much e4m for the opportunity. We look forward to have an interesting session. Thank you.
Thank you guys. I will introduce myself now. I represent Howl. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Howl. I'm much younger in compared to the rest of the panel.
Younger, I'm hoping not age, no?
So we just completed 7 years this year, a couple of months ago. We're a team of 85. We're a full stack digital firm focusing more on content, adding the performance, and the growth media piece, to the mix as well. But I'm so happy to be, sharing stage with these wonderful people. Akhil, I'm going to stay with you on the first question. I think the first thing we're going to be talking about is, adapting to the new digital order. I think it's become a norm. It's something that cannot be ignored at all, right? And within this part, the first question I'm going to ask is, how have agencies evolved, to meet, the fast change, pace of the digital landscape, right? Things are changing very quickly. What was there 6 months ago, right? has suddenly, taken center stage, right? Something I can talk about one thing, like give one example and, give the stage to you. Quick commerce, right? Like something that's happening so quickly in the last 2.5, 3 years. In 2020 it just started and now suddenly we're all talking about media on these platforms. So yeah, just wanted to hear your thoughts on that.
Sure. So, I think one of the things, like you said, is our categories are evolved. Quick delivery services, anything to do with delivery, e-commerce has taken shape, Flipkart started quick delivery. But I think from an agency perspective, I think a few pointers from my end is, I think agencies have sort of adapted to the new age data order, correct? So everything that we do, I'm not saying life is not data earlier, but the sheer size of data that agencies have embraced in recent times, correct? Every decision that agencies have to take is very dependent on data, be it the analytics that they have in the back end, be it the CRM of the client, be it any other tool that they have to evaluate. Everything is data dependent. Assume that you're running a campaign, right? Unlike traditional where you will have to wait for the campaign to get over, everything is real time. Right? I start a campaign, which is omni-channel by the way, we use multiple channels in digital, which of them is performing, which creative is performing, what are changes that I need to make on the go. A large part of that is data driven. And I think as agencies or as partners to clients who deploy large monies obviously, right? There's expected to be bang on the buck there. So I think agencies with the New World Order are bringing in efficiencies on media deployment. I think that's one part. The second is the entire application of AI in this category. When I say AI is for all of a very used word, I would say, right? But there's real deployment of AI, at least in the space that we are. We were just discussing how creatives by AI across various tools can be optimized. One part of it, I represent media again. So on programmatic buys that we do, there's an entire AI backend that can help you optimize bids when you start. You could possibly set it on auto and let the machine learning optimize it for you. There is creative testing today that can be optimized or by AI. You run 3 separate videos together and define, say, a view rate or a view through rate on each of them, and then say are all videos where there's 50% completion rate, deploy them with higher impressions, correct? There is personalization that AI is enabling. Today, all of us sitting here have different interests. So I may be shown an Abu Dhabi tourism ad which is about Formula 1, while she may be shown an ad about a water park. Yeah. Correct? So that's all of that is on the fly today. So AI has large application there. I think agencies have also taken up to integrated media campaigns. Today, like I mentioned, omni-channel. Today, assume that I run a CTV campaign. I show somebody a CTV ad in the house, and then I use the same Wi-Fi for device IDs, and then target him if he or she possibly passes a hoarding, 100 meters of that geofencing. I've got the device ID. So agencies have again embraced this entire integrated approach. It's not isolated today, and the consumer sees a unified message. He doesn't get different messaging. Yes, there's frequency that increases, but it's unified in that sense. I don't have random communication on different media. So I think from a more technical perspective, these are things I think that agencies have embraced in the new digital order. Transformation is the mother possibly, but as people who run agencies, there's more to it. There are these layers that enable better ROI from my perspective.
Wow, that was amazing. Thank you so much. I think he spoke like pretty much all our thoughts, I would say.
Sorry, I just have to say one thing to him. I get served, in Abu Dhabi ad that you mentioned, I be served more of the Formula 1 car racing than you would be, given that amount of search that I do on cars. So, that way. Okay. Not the water park, but more cars are coming my way.
I'm going to come to Prashant on the same question, and I'm sure that he's going to add a lot more to what Akhil has said. But what are your thoughts on the fast-paced changes that are happening in the digital landscape, and how are agencies adapting to that?
I think the last 2 or 3 years has seen probably the biggest change for us. And I would probably talk about our change at 3 different levels. At a business level, at a service level, and at a solutioning level. I think at a business level, our role has moved from being a service provider slash vendor, as we were popularly called, to a strategic business partner. We're increasingly seeing our role to be in the CXO's office, where we are actually expected to deliver business KPIs. And we're playing a significant role in business mandates today with customers. So much so that we see client teams and us collaborating together as one team and presenting it to a CMO. That's a huge shift where we're seeing our roles becoming more strategic in nature at a business level. Similarly, at a business level, we're seeing synergies, especially with independent players like us. Like Ahmed mentioned earlier today in the morning, we work with so much with
We promise this doesn't happen during our campaigns for all the clients who are here. It works seamlessly, I promise.
Gotta check this out.
Mic is too magnetic. You take mine.
No, that's a con. I want to try this one.
No, I don't know. You could take this if this works.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah. Hello, yeah.
Yeah.
So I was saying we work together as GZ Pro already working full funnel. So I think the new agency order is to form synergies. It's a time where you complement strengths and you go to a client with a full funnel marketing approach. That's the new order. At a service level, I think it's not about SEO anymore. It's not about paid search and paid social. I think at a performance marketing company, the approach is now more about how do you build an organic growth stack. An organic growth stack would involve search, would involve content marketing, would involve content of all formats, would involve vernacular, voice, video. It's basically the game has changed in terms of the way you approach the business. In a media stack today, it's just not about running paid ads. It's about how can you approach ad tech with martech. That line is completely blurring. How do you get lead acquisition and take someone down a journey and basically even determine life cycle value. So that's how the business has evolved, and that's really what agencies are now expected to do, especially when you're working with enterprise clients. And I think that's the biggest shift that we need to adapt to.
Thank you so much, Prashant. I'm going to come to Pooja, because Pooja is on the client side, right? How are you dealing with this, ever-evolving change in the digital landscape? How are you keeping up, to these changes, to new ideas, innovations that are happening across functions and not, specific to platforms or any of those things, right? How are you managing to keep up with this?
I think it's a very simple answer to that.
Okay.
I need to be where my consumer is, right? And if that's the thought process that I go with, I need to be able to be at every touch point that I can influence for him to be. And hence my agency also needs to be that agile. And when I talk about consumer, it's just not about the awareness, but like he said, it's much more hardworking now that we expect and we would need that guidance from all the agencies who are there to partner with us, reach that consumer, and ultimately help build the business for us.
So I have one follow-up quick question, right? What is, how are things changed for you specifically, working with an agency partner, say, 10 years back versus today?
It's much more, it's much more difficult, and it's not very straightforward anymore, right? So the lines between a traditional agency versus a digital agency versus a media agency is blurring for us as well. So we don't now work like, you're just my creative agency, you are my digital performance agency, and you are my ATL agency, right? The above the line agency for media deployment. It isn't like that anymore, and especially at Tata Motors now what we do is connect almost every fortnightly with all the agencies who are on board with us to just jam and see what's happening in this month, how can we change, what can we improve, what are the learnings that we've got from campaigns which have run for first 15 days, and what is the changes that we need to do. So from a client perspective also, the expectation is not now anymore that, you put an input and, month end पे देखेंगे या quarter end पे देखेंगे कि क्या हो रहा है. It's much more agile, and like you said, we don't look at agency partners for their specific roles that they play. They are growth partners for us, and to help deliver the growth, we are very open in sharing all the stuff, right, with each one of them. So it's that agile, it's that demanding from the agencies as well as from the client side.
Okay, Aniket, what do you think is the new digital order?
Just continuing from what Pooja said about agility, it's no longer like I have transitioned from an mainline to digital long back, and I clearly see, agility is what is the need of the hour. Like something that is happening, like just 2 days back, Coldplay was, trending, and, there's so many things that are happening. And as a brand, if you haven't caught up on something, you're going to miss the bus. Yeah. And this is not like, in mainline you have days to come out of something. Today you just have few hours. Because before you, there's someone else sitting in some other corner thinking about his brand and putting out there. Yeah. So if you're not going to be there, like I see today everyone talking about brands like Zomato and all of those, but nobody's seeing that it's 10 years that what Zomato has been doing that you today see the results. Yeah. Now every brand today that I have a conversation like, I want to be the next Zomato, or let's have a conversation like Zomato. But brands also need to think, are we ready to invest that kind of time? Are we going to design our brand architecture in that format and stick to it for next 10 years? So something of that front, like Pooja said, now it's no longer a vendor and a relationship, it's growth partners. So you and I together are not going to be here for, let's say, we've drawn a contract for 12 months and after that we are going to go and you're going to go. No, it's not like. While those things are there, it's always a long-term relationship that is going to help both of us. If a brand needs to grow from where it is today to where it wants to, it needs to have a constant growth partner. That's how I see the business is moving.
Thank you so much, Aniket. Now I'm going to have one word answer for all of you guys. If you all had to describe your company's digital transformation journey in a movie title, starting with Prashant, what would it be?
I think it would be The Matrix. Because it's a constant integration between the real world and the virtual world, and since you talk about the machine world in the Matrix, and today it's all about the machine learning, I think that's a constant battle we fight with, and like Pooja said, it's all about integrated offerings now. I'm sure she would love to brief one person and make sure it runs across full funnel, top funnel, mid funnel, bot funnel, offline, online, everywhere. And
we like Zomato.
and it comes to her in a dashboard with all KPIs delivered there, and that's what she opens every morning and is either happy or not too happy. And that's basically where it is. So it's the integration of offerings, and I think the Matrix.
The Matrix. Aniket.
More of a Bollywood person, and we are also from that. So I think it's ek duje ke liye. Even if you don't understand.
Louder,
hello? Yeah. I said it's ek duje ke liye. Even if you don't understand the language, you don't understand what the other person, but we are going to work hard together and we are going to stay there.
Nice.
So yeah, it's ek duje ke liye. That's what for me it is.
Pooja, you will be representing Tata Motors for this one. So which movie do you think is...
I'm not going to represent Tata Motors here, but I think at a personal level and as a marketer,
okay.
I still go back to some traditional stuff, and I would say Inside Out 1 and Inside Out 2. And the reason I say that is, no matter what you do, if you don't get the emotions right for the consumer, no matter whatever happens, you're not going to be in their consideration set. So whilst we will do all the fortnightly meetings, all the number crunching every day, but if you still don't get what the consumer wants, then you're not there. So for me, that's it.
Akhil.
Yeah, for me, I think everyone's seen Moneyball.
Yeah.
Yes.
So Moneyball to me is the movie that I relate with as an agency founder, because everything is about less money, highest impact. Correct? पैसा कम है, 12 अवार्ड भी चाहिए Zomato में बनना है. Correct? So that's everyday life. It's also about the user data in that sense. Correct? So how possibly people who were seemingly not the best performing, not the aces, had the potential, and data somewhere told Brad Pitt and the group who were evaluating it that they are the next unbeatable team. Correct? So it's a combination. As a founder, I definitely feel part of Moneyball all the time because of limited resources, but in the new age with the kind of data that we embrace every day, I think there's a potential for every underdog to be the next CSK in that context of things.
So I'll give you my answer. Have you guys seen this movie called Limitless by Bradley Cooper?
No.
Okay. He's chanced upon this drug, right, which has made him, go buck wild crazy and being able to complete things very quickly, super intelligence and all that stuff, right? And then the story goes that, you should watch this movie, that this drug is also going to kill him. So now he reverses the whole logic. He's saying, okay, fine, if this drug is also going to kill me, let me use this drug to actually figure out what the cure is so I can be like this forever.
Interesting.
It's a very, very interesting movie. Yeah, so Limitless is what I would choose. But yeah, we've got maybe around 7 to 8 minutes left. I'm going to go to 5 minutes. So yeah, so I'm going to talk about the future technologies in marketing, right? Everyone, we're talking about AI, we're talking about blockchain, we're talking about its impact in how are independent agencies like us quickly adapting those technologies to essentially make our lives easier for us as well as for our clients, right? Again, I'm going to start with Prashant on this, right? So the question out here is more specific. Which emerging technology do you think will go mainstream in marketing over the next 5 years?
I think first I would say full funnel marketing.
Okay.
It's been there for a while, but I don't think we're really doing it in its entirety.
Okay.
The true integration across the full funnel is still not there because different people have different capabilities. It's very difficult for an agency to have capabilities from brand to performance to actually lead acquisition and then nurturing it. So that's a very, very important trend going forward for people like us to embrace and give it back to customers. I think blockchain we spoke about and server-side data solution I think is a key trend coming up. Moving from the browser-based data analytics to a server-side data is going to be critical more from a point of view of data security, privacy and transparency. So that's going to be key. Generative AI is everywhere. Meaning
Yes.
it's a no-brainer. Like Akhil said, people like us have to befriend AI and enable it in our workflows. If we can efficiently drive our operations using AI, generative AI, I think that's what keeps us ahead in this game. So that's a very interesting trend that's going to come up very soon. Immersive experiences, AR, VR is 100% going to be there. And how again we integrate it in our entire strategic approach for clients is going to be the key. How do we see it fitting into our acquisition program? We saw very interesting experiences in the morning today. So things like that. So I think these are the key trends that are upon us. It's not too far away.
Okay. Akhil, you want to go next?
Yeah, so he's honestly covered most.
That's what I was thinking.
But I think as we progress, an aspect of AI or a few aspects of AI is, I expect programmatic getting married to customer CDP, integration of CDP and DSPs. Correct? So personalization to a level where people will say, hey Akhil, when are you planning your next trip? Correct? I don't see an ad that personalizes it for me as yet. So as we progress, I think it will be hyper-personalized, so to say. Yes, it's scary at times that Google knows more about me than my wife, but I think that's where the future is. Correct? Everything. Like I said, we now don't remember those large emailers that we did 12 years back, right? Those large banners that we did. So everything that is unpersonalized in that sense, yes, we are progressing, but I think it will get hyper-personalized. So that's one trend. I mean, it's an aspect of AI that we see. Second is, I think, building efficiencies again in media-wise with AI. I think it's about creating micro audience segments. Again, it's more a back-end point, but today there are large platforms that will dictate what your buy cost has to be. Assume you run a reach and frequency campaign on Facebook today, correct? I refer to the platform because it's one of the largest in that sense. and it tells you that your cost is possibly $50. That 50 is defined by a combination of demand and supply. How do you know the most optimum consumer segments that lead to the 50 today? You don't. More often that you don't. But with AI democratizing buys to an extent where everybody can choose segments that get them to bring efficiencies to that. So I think that again is coming up. I expect that to be an important factor to democratize media buy in that sense. So AI will define self-serve models. Pooja can decide what her optimum CPM has to be. She doesn't have to wait for a media plan to decide मेरे को 40 रुपया देना है कि 30 रुपया देना है. She has to choose her segments and tell whoever is optimizing it for her. I think that's another bit that I see likely to come up in times to come. Again, AI is the mother.
Yes.
Whatever you want to call it, it will be a manifestation or
like there
form of
are
that.
tools in AI which are tracking competition real time and telling you as per your campaign what is the competition doing and how we can alter it in real time. It's very interesting, which we never had access to. This is going to change the game. Like I know my competition is putting X amount of money and the creator is talking about this, and I can just change it. So this is something interesting that we are living into.
Nice. Pooja, from a brand perspective.
I think from a brand perspective, we are looking at three things. One is, of course, defining the audience very well so that you don't have overlaps, right? And if I have to give you an example of automotive right now, the same person can buy a Punch, can buy a Nexon, can buy a Curve, right? So the money range is blurring, right? The price is blurring. So how do I ensure that I still get the interest for Punch uniquely, then a Nexon uniquely, then a Curve uniquely, right? And not have so much of overlap in the audience. So hence, how do you sharply define the cohort of audiences? That's number one for me. I think the second part which comes in is what he said, which is hyper-personalization at scale, because once you've defined a cohort, then you know the messaging that you want to give to that cohort, and how do you reach that person maximum number of times in the environment where he is acceptable to listen to my, listen to what I have to offer or how it integrates with his life. And the third part is agility and efficiency in media buying. Because that's, like you said, I would want a real-time understanding of what my competition is doing, how my plans are going, how can I change it, and yet at the end of the month have some semblance of am I delivering the number or not. So that's what a client would want right now.
Okay, I'm going to ask one final question, but we'll have to be very quick on this, right, for all four of y'all. For a young 23-year-old to 27-year-old, right, digital professional wanting to start an agency, right, or wanting to take his own, career on the next level, right, what would each of you guys say in maybe one statement? Prashant.
Build deep human connections.
Nice.
I think the 23-year-olds, I don't know how much they are reading, they should really catch up on their reading and be aware of what's happening in the market if they're planning to make a career in advertising or trying to set up one. So that's, I think reading is something that's going to keep them up.
Okay. Pooja.
I don't have one line, but I have be curious, because that's what will lead you to experiment much more. Be more grounded in understanding the business, because ultimately what you do is going to help somebody deliver their business. So be curious, be more grounded to the business, and be more agile. And needless to say, clients now are looking to experiment, right? So we are okay to experiment and fail, but not be at the same space. So you have the entire landscape open for you guys.
Akhil, more specifically for new agency founders, younger ones.
See, I start by saying, even at the bottom percentile, you've got a set of us sitting here and having this conversation. So the agency model is here to stay. AI or products like AI can only build efficiency in human beings, correct? There's no replacement that I anticipate. So the agency model of business will continue to exist. You will have to be agile, embrace agility. She covered that point. But life very dynamic. In the last 12 years or whatever we've been doing, we've seen the digital world turn upside down in so many ways. So agility is a given for anybody who aspires to become an agency founder. The ability to deal with ambiguity, again, correct? Especially the agency side of business is very ambiguous. Most briefs are at 5 p.m. in the evening, and the expectation is a plan with all data, all science, everything that there can be at 10 a.m. in the morning, correct? So you have to be agile. At the same time, you have to understand the possible expectation that the client has, bridge that gap, deal with that ambiguity to be able to deliver something that is worthwhile to the client, correct? So I think these are three nuggets that I will have. The model per se is here to stay. Agility is very important if you're looking at scaling up. The ability to deal with ambiguity makes you different from others in your genre. So I think these are 3 points from my end.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Round of applause to our panelist and moderator. Please stay with us a moment longer as I invite Mr. Ashok Kukian, CEO, Radio City, to please join us on stage and give a small token of appreciation on behalf of e4m. Thank you so much. Thank you, panelists. Thank you, moderator. And thank you, Mr. Kukian, for coming up and doing the honors. Ladies and gentlemen, now as we move forward to our next presentation, this is by Prism, powered by Mob Avenue. Here I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Saurabh Gulani, Head of Business, Prism X, powered by Mob Avenue. They have something very interesting to share and launch at this platform. So let's give Mr. Gulani a big round of applause. Yes, a very warm welcome to you.
Oh, I have a full stage.
Green to go ahead, red to go.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Can everyone listen to me? Yes, backsides, perfect, perfect, perfect. So, thank you first of all making till here. It has been a rough day, rough 24 hours. My colleague could not be here because he missed his flight, and one of the colleague could not be here because their flight was cancelled. So yeah, thank you everyone for coming. A big round of applause for all of you. Thank you. So I am Saurabh Gulani. I will be presenting about Prism X today. It's an omni-channel programmatic engagement platform for our marketeers. It's a 360-degree connected platform powered by Mob Avenue. Mob Avenue has been into this ecosystem for our publishers, for our ad tech partners, for our advertisers, marketeers from 2017. I think in previous session someone asked which films describes best about our company. I would say Swadesh and Hum Saath Saath Hai, because we are growing with our partners, with our clients, and we are made in India, and we are going global. We have delivered 25,000 campaigns till date, served 150 customers, 2 billion consumers reached worldwide. We have our own in-house DSP, so it caters from performance to branding everywhere. As I said, made in India, going global, 7+ offices worldwide, 150+ teams, and we have 8 upcoming offices in 2026. Today, we launch connected ecosystem, which is PrismX. Why connected ecosystem is important? You have to ask, if you are choosing a partner, you have to ask them right questions to get the right audience at a right place. It can be on a CTV, it can be on a mobile device, or it can be in screen near your home, which is a DOH. PrismX, a 360-degree connected ecosystem, transparent, clean, and easy to use. With us, you can reach, amplify, grow, and showcase your ads across all channels through the power of connected TV and video. From open web till DOH, we cover everything, and we make a sync among everything. Now, let's connect by addressing some key challenges. So we did ask our clients, advertisers and publishers both, and our agency partners, that what are the certain challenges you face. So before I show you the results, I would also put same questions here too, and let's see. The results did surprise us. Now let's see, does it surprise you too? Do you know about connected ecosystem and CTV? People have heard about it. No, raise of hands. Raise of hands, raise of hands. Okay, okay. Do you know both are different? Let's see what we have the results. Yes, pro with it. We are running campaigns. We also heard that no, we have just seen on LinkedIn. And very few people said that no, we don't know about it. But 53% says yes, 40% says saw only on LinkedIn as a content. They have never tried it. Do you run YouTube campaigns? Yes, but also facing problems with it because of walled gardens. What we are saying is open internet is where you will see maximum of reach, scale, and no restrictions with your campaigns or with your audience targeting or even getting your audience back from the ecosystem. Now, only 37% are running CTV campaigns outside the walled gardens. What we are doing is presenting here the platform to reach to your audiences across all channels and make it connected with very easy to use DSP and a transparent ecosystem. We'll see how we do it. Okay, the question for the forum. Do you think CTV and addressable TV are different or same? For same, just give me a raise of hands if you think it's same. For different, anyone? Perfect, less of hands, perfect. Yes, it is different. Reason being, your addressable TVs, you can also tap in the linear TV channels. But with CTV, you can go only on the CTV ecosystem. You can tap all the content providers which are coming through internet. Addressable TV is, you can count like, let's say, linear channels and connected TV. It can tap in both. In India, it is still picking it up, but CTV has grown exponentially. We are almost talking about 45 million households at least this year, and by 2026, we are targeting almost 75 million households. That means these are households co-viewing impressions. It's not a single person watching a TV. Maybe a couple of decision makers are watching it together. But how do we tap into that? We'll see. Does ad fraud happen on CTV? Anyone raise of hands? Has anyone experienced the ad frauds happening on connected ecosystem? Do you think it happens? Yes, no. For yes, give me a hand. Yes. For no, do you think it's not possible? It does happen. So we have to make sure when you choose partner, it is fully transparent, It gives you all the right things at a right place. We asked our clients, what are your pain points? We are good listeners. We did ask them and we worked on those points and we are presenting all of that into our current DSP. So if anyone has run any CTV campaigns here, what is your biggest challenge? Can anyone say anything? Scale, reach, anything else? These were a couple of things which came out of that survey, and maximum of that we just combined and made sure that top ones are shown here. What we are here for, to solve these issues. How do we solve it? See, connected ecosystem is considered as top of the funnel. We want to make sure that as a branding, we are present everywhere from the screens you own to the screens near you through CTV and housing. Let's say, I think in previous session, it was explained that how do you reach out to people who are watching TV, but you want to interact with them. We cache the IP, we cache the hotspot, and show the ads to your nearest devices. Now that can be device owned by you or device near you through a pin code targeting, where either you are in your corporate parks or residence park, wherever you are, we can tap that. So from CTV, housing, video and DOH, we cover everything in our top funnel. And because Mob Avenue caters to all the three funnels, that's why we become a 360-degree connected ecosystem. But why? Now the biggest challenges with the current connected ecosystem is fragmented supply. You have different creative aspects coming from different channels. There are complexities to run the campaign. And obviously the ad fraud and the way now, so nowadays everyone has 4 to 5 OTTs in your apps, right? It's difficult to cater to a unique reach. You may see an ad on one OTT 4 times and similar ad on a different OTT in the same day, again 4 to 5 times. So reach and frequency have been the concerns. So the ad wastage and the limited control as an advertiser, it is a problem for them. So we solve that. How do we solve that? We solve it by showing across multiple channels, multiple formats with 30 plus ad formats available with us, including pre-testing. Now what is pre-testing? Pre-testing helps you to identify which of my creatives would do better with my campaign. Say for example, if we suggest you with the help of our algorithms, we suggest you which ad you should run, whether you should lower its aspect, whether you should introduce certain character in that, we do that. Across all formats, so from your small screens to the larger screens, from your mobile apps to your DOH, including CTV of all sizes. For whom? For our brands and agencies. We want to be a one-stop shop. Under one roof, you get everything. So managed supply, self-serve, we help you optimize your campaigns, we help you to select the supply you want, and we help you to scale it, because unique reach has been the concern for our advertisers. Self-serve is coming in 2 or 3 months. You will have a self-serve too. Right now you have managed with the dashboard option. This is what we are talking about. So you see an ad on CTV, we take that IP address, we make sure that all the devices inside that are tapped, and we show ads on it. Now, you may ask that, does attribution happen on CTV? Indirectly, yes. Because if we are running a campaign and if there is an uptick on that IP address or on that vicinity, on that particular window, we can say that conversion is counted. This is the way the West is also doing. This is the way people have started doing performance on connected ecosystem. And our advertisers are loving it. How do we do it? Through our DSP. Our DSP is completely built from scratch in India, for India, and delivering outside also with the global standards, having all the USPs shown here. So you get a consultative expertise from both AdTech and MarTech side, because we have those expertise in-house. You get account managers as your extended team, you get creative help, you get supply, we cater supply for you. Whether those are 4 or 5 big OTTs to the long tail OTTs, there are more than 40 plus OTTs right now available in India. Plus, you get a granular and real-time reporting with us. You don't have to pick a call or call anyone to get, hey, send me reports, do this thing for me. No, everything is on your keyboard. What will be the next steps from here? We help you identify your supply. We help you to create audience. Now, the good part about this is you can also upload your audience if you have in terms of, let's say, your cookie ID, your device IDs, you can upload your first party data, you can enrich your data, you can run campaigns on that. And you can also use our third party partnerships to enrich your data with the third party data providers. All that is available for all the platforms, not restricting to any particular platform. Once that is done, we assign a budget to you. Those budgets should not be heavy. It's not required that you should spend 50 lakh, 60 lakh. No, the budget amounts will be very, very less. Once the test is run, once you are happy, then we discuss about the next steps from here, what kind of next integrations you want, and we help you that campaign with all the detailed analysis for your client. Now, those reports can also be given to you via APIs. That's all from my end. Thank you. Now, if you want or any of your clients want to know about connected ecosystem or CTV or want to educate your clients, we will be doing a free 30 to 45-minute session, whether with you online, in your office or in our office. We have a booth outside. You can scan the QR code or you can talk to our team out there and get a demo for you. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Saurabh. May I request you to take the center stage a moment? I'd like to invite Mr. Vaibhav Garu, e4m. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to our next panel discussion. Get ready for an intriguing conversation. This is going to be about addressing creative challenges, clients' expectations from agencies. And we have a stellar panelist for the discussion. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Borin Mukherjee, CEO, Digital F5. On the panel, we're also joined by Komal Rakhana, founder, Mint Plus Milk. Also, we have on the panel Rukshin Palia, Vice President, Brand Solutions, Social Panga. And on the panel, we are also joined by Suruchi Kore, Head of Digital and Social Strategies, Group Communication, Bajaj Group. May I request all our panelists to please join us on stage. Let's give them a warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen. And chairing this session is Neil Desai, Associate Vice President, Brand Communication, SRV Media. A very warm welcome to all of you. Neil, I'd leave the stage to you.
Hello. Yeah, thank you so much for the introduction, and it's been an absolute pleasure for me to chair this panel. Okay, so firstly, I hope it's an exciting day and enlightening day for all of us here. So, rain or no rain in Mumbai, at least it's raining insights here at iDAC. Alright, so to delve straight into the topic, which is addressing creative challenges, clients' expectations from agencies. So, for the first time when I was introduced to this topic by the e4m team, I was super excited about it. The reason is simple, because when we try to talk about the creative challenges, and that too between clients and agencies, so there are multiple layers to it, right? So, and these layers, when I say these are beyond meeting deadlines and delivering creative outputs. These are more of, about understanding the nuances of collaboration, the constant push and pull between creativity and business needs. So, which is also my first question to the esteemed panel here, that how do you see the relationship between the clients and the agencies, specifically in the context of the constant pull and push between the business needs and the creativity? So, yeah, Darren, you can start, please.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. See, it's been a journey, I think, for all agencies and clients. But now, I think, in the last 1.5 odd years, 2 years, with e-commerce coming in, I think the creativity linked to business sort of matrix has gotten better, I would say, because most of the brands, and fortunately for us, who we're working with, have been selling on e-commerce, right? So while there are 3 layers, top of funnel, middle funnel, and end funnel, comms that we are developing, and therefore the creativity involved in that. But I would say with the last mile connectivity on the products actually selling on e-commerce, while we always don't get that data, that's where the cream starts. But I think most of the times we are being able to map in terms of, what's the business output, that's getting generated from a creative input. I think it's back. Hello? Yeah. So, coming back to the point, I think with e-commerce, it's getting better. I mean, we are still a long way to go because, the exact measurements and the matrices are coming in place. But I think from where we started to where we are, in that journey, creativity actually linking to business outputs has gotten better. That's how I would see it.
Hi everyone. No, I completely agree with that, and I also think it's because every industry has become extremely competitive. So the lines are very blurred when it comes to messaging, and everyone wants to build their niche. Everyone wants to build their loyal consumer base. So if you're not creative with your strategies, if you're not ahead of the curve and consistently pushing out that brand messaging that a company wants to project, it's going to get very difficult for them to stand out amidst the clutter that's out there.
This works.
Yeah, over to you, Roshni.
Yeah, so of course I agree, and I think, with collaboration and everything in today's times where things are moving so fast and everything is like, we need it, especially in the digital world. I think, from our, client side, I think collaboration is, this word that we keep mentioning and using, but I think it is actually the best part of it because a perfect, a client brief from any brand, anything, can work wonders. And then the collaboration, there's no stopping, over there. While of course we mentioned about, business goals and how creative matches that, I think it absolutely matches perfectly. It's just that the perfect collaboration between the two needs to really sync together for it to, I mean, everything that you see that is great today and digital, good campaigns that have gone live or anything that we've done, I think that would be the base and the starting point, I would say.
All right, okay. So you touched based on the brief part of it. We'll come to that. So before that, so Ruchi, since you are the only client on the panel, what are your views on the...
She's already under pressure.
Yeah, no, so like we were discussing, there are so many multiple points that are involved when there's a collaboration between a client and an agency. So first, my personal experiences, if I would like to share, the first thing that I would like the agencies to understand is what the brand is all about. When pitching creativity, it's very important to understand the brand fabric. What is the brand ethos? Can we really go that far with a creative pitch? That is something that's the starting point for any client, any brand, I would say. If you, there have been meetings with the agencies where there have been few meetings, I can say, where the agencies have been bang on in understanding what Bajaj Group is, because Bajaj Group is a huge conglomerate. Like we were discussing also, even when I was earlier with Z before this organization, so Z also has various departments, and what is it that we are trying to get support on from the agency. So first of all, it's about understanding the brand ethos. If it is media, if it is Z, then how far we can go with our creativity, versus if it is a traditional conglomerate like Bajaj Group or Tata or Adani, then where can we go? Every brand has that ethos. So I think that is the starting point for me. And then of course, I give like a complete free hand. Personally, I would like to give a free hand to the agency, because that's like an outsider's perspective, I can say. Because when we are in the company, we have certain limitations, certain binders that we have, because we are also under pressure from the management. But it's always good to see a third person's perspective, how the agency is seeing your brand from outside. So I think these are the starting points, and of course, as we discuss, it's going to be an interesting discussion. So yeah, let's go.
Absolutely. So you mentioned about understanding the brand from an agency's POV, and you mentioned about measuring success part of it. So just a question, as a follow-up to both these things, that for an agency specifically, when you have a lot of creative people in-house, and since the topic is addressing creative challenges, so how do you ensure that the creative ambition of the agency and the business outcomes of the client both are met, and there is, that's how maybe we redefine success for both the partners?
I'll take it. Okay. Yeah. See, it's not an easy answer. I think all of us face this problem day in, day out. Creative bunch of guys are very, I wouldn't say difficult, that's a wrong choice of word. But they sort of get disheartened at times, but that's for us to manage. I think because we play this role of being the mediator of sorts between the creative guys and the client on the other side, I think it's important to be sensitive to each other, and it's an expectation that we need to build both with the creative team as well as the client, is the fact that let's try and be as clear at a briefing stage as possible, so that kind of reduces the number of iterations, that reduces the chances of the concepts that have been thought through to kind of go through, right? But yeah, I don't think there is any one right answer for it. I think everyone is trying to strike that balance, and it's an ongoing journey the way I see it. I don't see that having a solution ever, right? Because there are human beings at both ends of the spectrum. You're dealing with people at the end of the day. So yeah, it's a professional hazard we have signed up for. So we shouldn't be complaining, right?
Right, okay.
Yeah, I think of course, I agree with everything, that he said. And I mean, when we're doing this and when especially we go into meetings and sometimes, of course, they don't go right? It's either not as per a brief or whatever it is. And it's very important to know that creative is very subjective, right? Today, I might love something and you might just not. It's very subjective, and it's very important for us, when and especially to the creative team, people who are actually putting in their idea or a design, they get, sometimes too close to it. Of course, it's their work, it may be their baby, so they are very close to it. It's important to explain to them, to be a little understanding at that sense with, a little bit of empathy that yes, we get it, but it doesn't work due to XYZ reasons. So, giving even creative, criticism in the right way and giving them feedback which actually can help them make it better sometimes could help. Of course, that's still, it's a battle because eventually creative people really put in their hard work into something. So, but yeah, it's an ongoing challenge always.
No, so what I would add in here is I think what Suruchi mentioned at the beginning was very apt. Know your client. Know how and the spectrum of creativity you can bring to the table, because when you're dealing, say, with a corporate client, when you're dealing with someone that has a pan-India presence, you need to be a little more toned down when it comes to creativity, because also you're appealing to a larger audience base. In a country like India, there are cultural nuances that you need to be wary of. There are, a lot of emotional sensibilities that you need to keep in mind before thinking of a campaign. And whereas, say, if you're dealing with a young startup that has a niche audience, whether you're dealing with, someone that's anyways doing a unique product or unique category, that's where you get to, blow up your creativity in a large degree and extent. So it is very important to understand who you're dealing with and at what scale are you planning the campaign.
Yeah, I'll just add a small pointer to this. I think while, she was saying, I think it's a debate in the head in terms of whether you are creating a campaign for the brand or you are creating a campaign that you believe that the brand manager will approve. Because I'm sure being in the agency, you see it differently. I think as an agency, as a, content and communication partner, you should be true to the brand. That's the struggle pretty much, I would say. That, it's the perception. I mean, very, of course, large brands have their brand document and all of that. But at the end of the day, like I said, we are interacting with people. Right? So often it happens that there is a slight confusion in everybody's head for any presentation, be it a small idea or a large campaign, that you really wanted to go through. So you then start kind of, slicing, dicing, seeing what can you put out that has the maximum chance of going through. And in doing that, I think sometimes we become slightly unfair to the brand, because we want the brand manager or the marketing manager or the CMO to be happy. So yeah, I mean, that's
an interesting take, Radha. So, Suruchi, your thoughts?
Very interesting discussions, and I would just like to add that, of course, talking from a client side, we are open. When we are having a pitch discussion, we want to know what is it that the brand is perceived as in the market. So if that first click happens, then of course I think that communication can go forward with a lot of open communication, open discussion on how we can, because just as an example, like if it is a traditional conglomerate being pitched by an agency to participate in a NAS daily event, NAS summit, for example, but how we can find synergies there. Even if it's not like a direct connect, if the agency can explain it to us that, okay, this is where the market is moving, this is how we have a way forward, because we've seen the dynamic transformation that's come into the industry in these years. We've seen AI has taken over so many profiles, jobs, and of course the kind of communication transformation that we are seeing. It's become so important to be there, just being there. not missing out on, even if your target audience is not in that category, but how you can really make a first step maybe, and how the agency can convince. I think that really goes far, and that is when you start trusting your agency. That is when that relationship also blooms, because then you start believing that, okay, they understand my brand and they are there to bring us at the forefront in a transformative way. So that's,
I think I would also like to add one more point in there, because I feel like there's also a very large generational gap, because a lot of people in creative agencies primarily hire more younger talent because they feel that they infuse more creativity, they know what's next and they know what's ahead of the trend, and you're often pitching to somebody that's from the Gen X. So even to blur that border of understanding what the new generation is pitching, and if someone who comes with a more traditional mindset understands that, I think that also becomes a very big challenge for creative agencies.
Great. So speaking about new generation, I'm glad that you brought up AI to this discussion. So AI has taken over creativity quite a bit now, and it has contributed a lot, in fact, in the creative aspect of it, in advertising specifically. So, I mean, uses of AI has been vital for a lot of agencies now. In fact, at SRB Media as well, while we use AI tools in terms of creative ideation, research, etc., etc. But I'm sure with you, with your experiences with agencies, and you dealing with agencies as well, how is AI, playing an important role in the entire process of creative ideation, and how is it actually, benefiting or not benefiting the ideation process?
Okay, so there are multiple layers to this question, but I would say, see, it's inevitable, right? I think let's all accept. I mean, I personally believe very, very strongly in AI. In fact, I was telling the team that for the last 4 months I have not used Google because I've moved to Perplexity as a source of information for myself, right? So I evangelize it, but any new thing goes through a cycle of first people dismissing it, which stems out of fear probably, because they feel threatened, and largely the creative fraternity, again talking about them, they're slightly more sensitive people, if I may say. So, suddenly AI is going to come and take away my job. Is like, dude, where does it have the creativity? Can AI ever be Piyush Pandey? And those conversations start happening. But I think the way the team, at least I can speak for myself and my company, I think AI has been positioned as a very strong ally, right? I don't foresee a situation where human beings have been replaced by AI and, like the Cadbury, I think 5-star ad, we are doing nothing. I think the plating is still going to be on human beings. If I were to draw a parallel to a kitchen in a restaurant, right, all the menial work to me, which is boiling the food and prepping for the dish, but the chef is, I don't think is replaceable, right? You still need to, put in the right ingredients to get the right output, and you need to plate it well so that when you take it out to the restaurant for the guests, I think it needs to be done. So it's an ally. I would say I look at it as a very smart EA that I'm getting for a very small subscription, who's far more intelligent than me and will definitely learn a lot faster than I personally can, because it's kind of borrowing from the overall this thing. So AI, the way we are looking at it, is a very strong ally. The fact that it is inevitable, with Apple Intelligence coming in and Gemini already being there, the moment it hits the mobile phones, it becomes commonplace, right? So it's in everybody's hand. So the wave is inevitable, and that's what I, kind of tell my team. So it's always, it puts you at a place of advantage if you are ahead of the curve. I mean, today you may resist it, you may deny, you may be in denial ki kya hai, I've been doing this for 14 years, but it definitely has the ability to learn much faster. And what I possess is my worldview, but what this system that's getting created has a lot of things that it's learning simultaneously for so many inputs. So I think it's a very, very, very strong ally which we need to kind of collaborate with to kind of be ready for the future. Because I think I've been having a very small discussion about speed and creativity. We'll come to that.
Yeah.
But I think this is a serious enabler in that process.
Great. Okay. So, I mean, you can be good with AI only if you're good with human intelligence. So,
yeah, I mean, like I said, you have to have the right ingredients to get the right output. You need to plate it well. I mean, that's not going to be done by AI. That's what my belief is. It's very personal. But yeah, we'll see in times to come.
Yeah.
But I genuinely believe that it's not come to replace. It's always come to replace the ideation part, maybe just open you up. But what I do with that idea, how you kind of contextualize it to the brand, that I believe will still be human intelligence.
Great. Anyone else would like to contribute?
Yeah, I'll just, I think, add a little bit. I think he's covered most of it. But I'll just add, I think, it was somewhere mentioned that if you think AI is going to replace creative, people, that's not what it is here for, absolutely. It is only here to use it the right way, and if you actually use AI to your advantage, it is going to enhance. Yes, it could give you an idea where it might take you some time and then you will just get it, but it's only an enhancement. So I think the thought that people are feeling that, you can do everything with AI, definitely we're not there yet. Who knows about the future, I don't know. But currently we're not there. It is a great enhancement, and if you use it right, you're only going to get better at your job. That's what I feel. Just use it to your advantage. Don't think it's going to come and replace copy or anything like that. That's not what it was, I think, even meant to be when they started off.
Great.
I would just like to add here, we are all talking about AI these days, but since I am part of corporate communications more so, I've seen there was a presentation earlier on OTT. So I've also seen the Z5 days where AI, the data analysis really matters, where we want to recommend content to our users, we want to get subscriptions on the platforms, as compared to a simple corporate communications pitch if an agency is doing, where we want to, I think marketing has seen the most, I can say, the innovations in terms of AI, but when it comes to communication, marcoms, building a brand reputation, I think that is where the agencies can just pitch in, step up their game, and that's somewhere I can just say that that's a field where I still have to see the kind of AI integrations that can help build a brand. So that's just one point.
And I don't think AI understands the execution challenges that humans understand, just to add in here.
Great. So, alright, so we discussed about AI, we discussed about understanding the brand, a lot of different things related to creative challenges. Now, something which is very important for all of us, and we all want to address it somewhere, the unseen value of saying no. Okay, so we all have faced it, right, as agencies, as clients, where there have been moments when, say, agencies have said no to a client that this won't be possible for us, or maybe the clients would have not taken that up, or maybe the agencies would have to do it because even if they say no, they were bound to do it, right? So there have been challenges that way. So how do you see this entire scenario where, say for agencies specifically, so has there been an instance where you wanted to say no, say for any piece of creativity or any piece of campaign, but you couldn't and you had to do it?
No, I think that happens all of the time, and it's very natural because again, you're dealing with people, you're dealing with different kinds of people. Within one brand itself, there'll be three people with three different opinions and will want you to execute things in a different way, will want innovation and creativity to the table but might not be able to support the agency to get that creative output out there, because eventually at the end of the day as an agency you can suggest multiple ideas, but as a brand if you cannot support us executing that, it's a moot effort. So yes, there have been multiple occasions where you had to align with the client. It's not saying no specifically, but it's just about changing the narrative slightly or meeting halfway through, because you're always going to reach that dead end where you feel like you started off with something but you can't execute it any further due to multiple challenges on board.
Okay.
I've just become the first.
Yeah, I think, wanted to say no, yes, maybe multiple times, I think, of course. And that's part of, agency client life in that sense, or marketing in that sense. But I think it's important for both, whether client says no or agency says no, is there a solution to it? What can we do? If not this way, then what? I think that's what I think most of the times clients expect. We can't do something, definitely. There might be multiple constraints a lot of times that come in, but I think a great way that agencies can, help in that way is if there is another way of doing it. Is there another solution that we can, bank on? But yes, of course, to clients saying no, I'll give it to Suruchi to mention that.
Yeah, so I think this is where I would like to pitch in the audience as well and say, are there any client-side people in our audience? If they can just raise their hands. Oh, okay. So it's the entire room is stronger with agency people. But yeah, there are different constraints, different things that we face when we are saying no to a certain creative idea. Like Komal was saying, there can be budget constraints, and how Rukshin mentioned that they need to understand the brand and they can give solutions. Like even if there is a budget constraint, or even if there is a creative, understanding the brand fabric, the brand ethos. So that is where we would expect the agency to come in and say, okay, if this is our budget, this is something that can be done in a way where it meets best of both. And rather than just, like I was mentioning, there are agencies that just want to say that, okay, we are good at this, we have had so many great clients, so we would want to stick to our pitches. Yeah, but then, which is why I said that I would like to open the floor for the audience as well and say that how we can make our relationship smoother, because that's what we're discussing here. Right. So if there can be these ideas of how we can all have a collaborative, because ultimately it's an extended team for any brand. An agency is thought through as an extended team for any brand that's been associated with for years, be it for CRM, communications, PR. So understanding the constraints of the brand, over the time you can understand what the brand is expecting. I think then the no's are going to be lesser.
No, I'll probably zoom out, because I've also been on that side of the table. And my view on this saying no is, at an insight level, saying no in any partnership, you can take friends and, roommates, clients, husband, wife. I think no comes from a very strong and deep understanding of each other. Right? And I think at times that is missing. So no does not mean that if you're not agreeing to my creative idea as a client, you are going to hold me responsible, like तूने बोला था अभी नहीं हुआ ना campaign. It's not that. I think when you say no, you genuinely mean that, okay, fine, I give in because you believe more in this than I do, so I'll go with your belief, right? That's a no. And okay, okay, come what may, we'll figure how to kind of get through. So there have been multiple instances of no, but I think what we've been fortunate of is the fact that even after, not all could work the way we had anticipated, that it will happen, कि हाँ ये इतना shares हो जाएगा and all of that. But I think I would thank, all the clients so far for the fact that they stood by us. So when they actually gave in to a no from the agency, they kind of stood back. They didn't point fingers back at us saying that they,
Understood, yeah.
because there it's not really, I mean, while there is a hierarchy and, like I said, it's people at the end of the day. But I think we've been fortunate with most, not all, but most where they've stood by saying that, okay, let's do it this way, let's do it your way and see where it goes. So, yeah.
This is where I would really like to say that that's what is important, because I've also seen leaders and managers, I'm not only talking because sometimes they just say, okay, this agency does not understand us. But it's also important for a client, for a brand to explain your perspective to the agency and trust them with coming back to you with solutions. So I think that's...
Sorry, and last thing to add in, I do believe a lot of the times it's very easy for the client also to say no. If you've pitched 3 ideas, they'll just say no without an explanation about why it didn't work. And I think that's where the challenge occurs, right? And you're absolutely right. The brief needs to be more clear. If you didn't like something, why did you not like it and why do you think it can't be executed? So you're giving the agency a chance to course correct as well.
All right. So, yeah, you had some questions. Yeah. Hi. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. My name is Peshwa Acharya. Possibly I am the kind of senior most fellow in this room. I work right now for a company called TCG Group. You may not know, but we have a brand called Garden Vareli, Haldia Petrochemicals, and lot of stealth B2C consumer internet businesses. Some of the agencies here may be working also for us. Yeah. But I'm actually going back a little. 33 years ago from my institute, I started my career in P&G, Procter & Gamble. Okay, and I have largely been an FMCG guy. I've always been on the client side. Even now I'm on the client side. One input I wanted to give you, some of you may be from agency and some from client side, is that why do you think in Procter over last 150 years the relationship between their agencies and the client has been fairly good? It's like a marriage. Usually Procter, anyone who works as an agency for Procter knows that it's like a marriage of yesteryears, not marriage of today, okay, where you are very long term. So one of the inputs which I want to give to you, and some of you as owners of your agencies and client may want to look over it and ponder over it, is that there is a special training which was given to young brand managers when we joined 33 years ago, of how to respond and interact with agencies. Means if you are not liking, suppose 3 creatives are getting presented, if you are not liking one and preferring the other, what should be your response mechanism and why? Because that gives direction to creative people of what to produce next. So this is a very, and I don't think too many companies and clients follow it. In fact, you should even have this system of training in your agency itself. Then the relationship becomes very healthy, and I want to know from you whether you have come across clients who do this, where there's a very structured process of giving feedback of why they like, why they don't like, and suggestions of what they might like, and referencing with other creatives of what they might like. Because otherwise, as someone said here, it's very subjective. Like recently I'm seeing this Flipkart Minutes ad. Okay, it's coming on TV. Now if a person likes, you have to say why you like it. If a person doesn't like, so this was my comment, and some of you as people who are driving your agencies comment on that. That do you actually have fellows giving you feedback like this?
I don't think it's the popular culture, sir. I think it is, there are exceptions in clients and on the agency side. But what I take back from what you said is probably as founders, co-founders, people who are running the, communication companies, I think we need to set the process right at our end. I mean, be the change you want to see around. Easier said than done, because you are still in the context where it's not culture yet, right? I mean, like you know, kind of in your answer mentioned that it used to be the marriage of yesteryears, not recent. You know, it kind of captures, you know, the gap that's happened over time.
But let me tell you, I was brand manager 33 years ago in Procter. My first job was there from Institute, okay? And then of course a lot of companies, Reckitt, Pepsi, all that. Just 3 years ago, my son also joined from Institute Procter. He's the Procter brand manager right now, senior brand manager. Culture is more or less the same. Structured feedback, so it is not generational. That's what
I think P&G, Unilever, when you talk about these companies, I think they've been marketing led for a really long time for them to have built those as very, very strong pillars in marketing. When you're talking to clients who are not just, you know, of that scale, I have not seen feedback being structured, being a culture as much. I don't know about you guys. But yeah, I mean, point noted. I think it's for us to kind of get that initiated so that over a period of time, hopefully...
Any feedback from any of the other people who have faced, any one client who has given you feedback like this? I'm setting the gold standard at P&G, just setting, I mean...
I think some clients do. I would be, but not all. And as I said right in the start, and when I was mentioning about, you know, feedback, most of the time it's the clients who have the clarity and who give the feedback and constructive feedback, I would say, are when we can actually make those amazing campaigns and creatives come out. The ones where and I have had clients who don't give proper feedback at all, or it's a one-line feedback. We've had those as well. But no, I think, as you're saying, there are certain clients and, brands that do actually give us very, very good pointed feedback, what's worked, what's not, and even some references that sometimes as well.
I also feel like it's the digital age where everyone wants to launch something really soon. So there isn't even enough time to have that multiple rounds of feedback loop, which is something which is like a rat race that we also get stuck with. So you have to unfortunately have a quicker turnaround and you don't have as much time to, you know, reciprocate to that feedback.
Clarity of thought, then it doesn't matter.
Absolutely.
You know, that's very important. And you guys have to be the, like she said, little bit change agent, if I may say. If you keep on accepting unstructured feedback, then it will always, it's the easy way out.
Yeah.
But so just talking from the client side here, it also depends on a lot of, like maybe also the team size at the brand's end. If it's a team like Procter & Gamble that has so many brand manager and just being very frank at that end, it depends. Like she was saying, it's an age today where there are startups, there are very minuscule teams, like 2 to 3 people managing a brand. So then it's a relationship between the brand and an agency. They can understand the kind of the culture that's being followed and sharing feedback. So that's just 2%. But of course, this, if we can set an example, then
absolutely. It's a culture we want to see, maybe universally.
I'm wanting to know from you if you have any one example of a client from your personal reference. That's what I'm really wanting to know. I'm not.
We're not giving pointed names here, but they did say they have few clients, but I'm sure when you meet them offline, they'll be able to give you names as well. Thank you, panelists. Thank you to our moderator. Give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Please stay with me a moment longer. I'm going to invite Mr. Ahmed Aftab Naqvi, Global CEO and co-founder GoZoop, to please join us, and on behalf of e4m, give a small token of appreciation to our panelists and moderator. can come up front, please. Conversation and sharing your insights here with us, and I'm sure all of us are craving some delicious food, which is why it's time for our lunch break. We request all of you to please join us back at 1:40 p.m. We request everyone to please also, if you have some time and want to go online, tweet about the event, your key insights that you got from key takeaways from the sessions. Don't forget to use our hashtag, which is e4m iDAC. We'd love to keep the conversation going online. Thank you so much. See you at 1:40 p.m. welcome back after that lunch break. I hope all of you enjoyed your food and had ample time to network and meet each other. May I request all those in the hall to please take a seat, everyone. Now we have noticed that a lot of you have been sharing questions for our speakers, also sharing insights on Twitter. So thank you for that, and I hope that you can continue doing that as we progress in the day. Don't forget to use our hashtag, which is e4m iDAC, E numerical 4 IDAC. Alright, before we get started after the break, let me once again thank all our partners for the day. No event would be possible without their support. Our gold partner, Prism X, powered by Mob Avenue. Our co-partner, Bliss. Bliss uses location data to deliver real-world, actionable intelligence with unmatched accuracy and scale with a privacy-first approach. Let's take a look at the audio visuals. Can we play our partner AVs, please?
It's not just what consumers say and show in their digital lives that matters, it's understanding what they actually do. That's why Bliss analyzes vast quantities of mobile location data, turning it into real-world intelligence, improving consumer engagement and delivering measurable sales uplift for the world's largest brands and media agencies.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the after break panel discussion is going to talk about the evolving phase of marketing in regional parts of the country. I think our previous few sessions have already established what a boom of new independent digital agencies are coming up in different parts of the regional parts of the country. So a very pertinent topic. I hope all of you will enjoy it because we have a stellar panel discussion happening with the panelists coming up on stage. Amidst a huge round of applause, please welcome Mr. Karan Tarale, founder and CEO of the Bottom Line Digital. Make some noise, yes, put your hands together. Warm welcome. We also have on the panel with us Mrinal Lunia, founder and CEO Digital India. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a warm welcome. Come on, this is after break. Don't we have some energy in there? Wonderful. Also on the panel, we are joined by Shreyansh Rohadgi, founder and CEO Marco and Brando. Let's put our hands together for Shreyansh. A very warm welcome to you. On the panel, we are also joined by Vinod Ramakanan, founder and CEO at Spinta Digital. A very warm welcome. And chairing this session is our very own Tasmai Laharoy, editor Exchange for Media. Welcome, Tasmai. All right, let's give a collective round of applause to our panelists and our lovely moderator. Tasmai, I'm going to leave the stage over to you. Just to give you a heads up, with 30 minutes on the clock. Yes, have a great discussion. Thank you.
Thank you first of all to all our speakers who are here for joining us on this chat. We have a very limited time, but we'll try to cover the entire aspect of Brand Bharat that we were discussing outside when we were chatting. That how the conversation is not about, of course it is about India per se, but Bharat is coming out as the main piece in this conversation, and all of you guys have made a contribution there in terms of servicing brands, catering to their marketing needs, bringing them out of their comfort zones and taking their story out to their clients. So I would start with the first question. If you could help us understand how are regional brands incorporating, these services that you have to offer in their marketing strategies, and how are they leveraging especially nuances like language, culture in their marketing? If you can just start with some examples also. If we can start with you.
Yeah, hi everyone. So we are a marketing agency based in Chennai, and we also have our offices in Bangalore and Hyderabad. So
doing that, we kind of understand the different, kind of culture, kind of language, different kind of people. Like, say, India is such a large country that every 100 kilometers you travel, you find completely different customer personas. So what you sit thinking 100 kilometers away from here, the person is not the same, or there is certain level of customization that needs to happen. So today, even the smaller brands that we work with, right, understand this fact, and when we are able to do a lot of content for them which is very regional, very customer specific, very personalized, they see a lot of ROI on their projects, or a lot of return on ad spends that they're able to get. And even if you talk about, say, UGC content that's doing really well for us, and I'm sure for other brands as well, even though UGC content that we create, it's like they need to relate with that person, right? So it depends on like how customized you can get and how regional you can get and how you can make that person somebody like their next door person. So that's really working for us for the brands that we're working with as well.
Perfect. Talking of what's working for brands, Karan, if you can help us, understand some campaigns where you have pulled your client out of their comfort zone and, they have done something that they have not done in the past. If you can help us understand with some examples.
Yeah, so thanks, Tasmai. So basically we are working with a lot of national brands that are into legacy businesses. So, these brands have had a set method of working. They've had their marketing budgets allotted for the entire year. So trying to move them out of their comfort zone was a challenge initially, but a lot of that Digital India movement has helped. So, we are working with Kalika Steel right now. They are a Jalna-based brand nationally and also exporting a lot of steel. Now, this is a brand that is coming up from the last 30 years that has not worked out of their traditional mediums, right? So recently, as a test campaign, we launched influencer marketing campaign for them. Now you look at how outrageous that is, a steel brand doing an influencer marketing campaign. And that was something that gave them an idea of what could be. We launched a campaign for Independence Day. It was called Bharosa Hai. An anthem was launched. We approached a lot of influencers to use that anthem to show what India means to them. Right? The only keyword was that they had to showcase what development has happened in India, or what what infrastructural growth or boom has happened. So that in a way is showing what Kalika is doing. Steel is like, I talked to the brand also, brand owner also, it's like Intel. You see a house, you see colors, you see cement, you see everything, but steel is inside. Intel is like, so Intel Inside is a great brand story that we use for Kalika as well. That is what we wanted to use. So this is something that has started off. We see the next generation coming in for a lot of brands that have adopted the digital first approach, and it is working out good for them. I feel there is a long way to go. There is a long curve that needs to happen in terms of how this adoption is taken up. But yeah, that is something that is helping our cause as well, because we are digital first agencies. This is something that we feel might be the next, the boom that comes in.
Perfect. We'll come to the digital first question again. But before that, Mrinal, he just shared an example of a steel brand getting influencers on board, right? So are there any such interesting examples in your kitty that you want to share about regional brands?
Hi, so I'm Mrinal. There are two things I'd like to talk about over here. The first one, when we look at the regional landscape, right? So there are two kinds of brands. Like the example of a brand I'd like to give is Greenply. We've been working with them very, very closely. What we understand is that the entire landscape in India and their requirements that are largely there, right? Like there are stakeholders that are important for the business, so their regional bent of mind of how to create content for the contractor community, be it the AID community, the architects, etc. There's a very clear demarcation of how to run regional content, how to create it, and the planning is done very sectorially, and it's done very regionally for each part of the country. Then another such example is an edible oil brand that we largely work with by the name of Doctor's Choice. They are primarily based out of Eastern India itself, but their adoption and their content planning approach is so unique for Assam, Bengal, Bihar, Jharkhand, etc., which is a very important aspect to keep in mind, that now content planning has moved very, very locally, while media was something that we used to plan earlier, that how do we run campaigns in each part / each sector, the primary change that we're largely seeing is that brands are open to doing a lot of on-ground based activations which they amplify digitally. So that's one key trend that we are actually seeing that brands are adopting, and obviously influencers play a very key role. Like a lot of these brands have national faces, but the need where they feel that they also need regional faces to come and actually address their concerns, speak in the regional language, talk about cultural nuances, that's an important trend that I think we should keep in mind.
Right. Shreyans, the same question to you, cultural nuances, we're using this word constantly. How relevant is that in the kind of work that you have done with your clients at your agency?
Thank you, Tasmay. Thank you, iDAC, for having me. I'd like to give you an example. There's this brand that we work with, Shamsil, I'm sure most of you have heard of it. They've come up with a new venture called Ghareka, which is a end-to-end construction solution. And what they do is that they'll construct houses on pre-existing land. So we were running a campaign for them, and for 3 months we were not giving them enough leads, okay, but the brand trusted us. They said, you keep going. So we tried changing the language of communication, okay. So we thought that, if we keep promoting it in English, it'll reach out to the right target audience. And we were trying to reach out to audience within Calcutta. So my agency is out of Calcutta. And surprisingly, after 3 months when we switched to Bengali, the performing audience was outside Calcutta. Wow. And the conversion rate, the cost per lead definitely went down. Where we were getting cost per leads at around 750, 700, 650, it went down to almost 80, 90 rupees, which was surprising for us. And and there is something that I also want to share, that the way calendar of India works is very different from the calendar of West Bengal. Okay?
Absolutely.
It's so different. The entire country is promoting during Independence Day and Rakhi almost together. But Bengal does not promote during that time. You know why? Because there's Bhadra Mas, okay? That is a duration where it's unauspicious to buy goods or to invest in properties. So that's when we don't. Even now, when everyone's moving towards the festive season, brands are shying away. Like, I'm not talking about retail brands. Sector mostly real estate is shying away from investing because it's the Pitra Pakshu season that is there, and it's unauspicious. Right after 2nd of October, they start investing again. So that's how different the region of West Bengal is. And marketing for Calcutta is different from marketing for West Bengal, and it is different from marketing for North Bengal. So that's how diverse regional marketing is from national marketing.
Right, and that is where I think the customization piece also comes in, right? And I would come back to you, Vinod, with that. We were just talking that you have a national client on board and you also have several smaller clients on board. So help us understand the exposure here, and how is it different servicing a national brand and servicing a regional brand? What are the differences when, in the briefs that they give you, in the services that you offer, what is the difference?
See, when a brief comes from a national brand, definitely it's a lot more thought out. It's very clear and it's very crystal clear on what they require. It's just challenging in terms of how you can deliver, how the execution can be better. You're almost laid out what to be done and you're kind of executing it the best of your capabilities, right? Whereas when it comes to regional brand, there's a lot more education that is involved that we need to tell them in terms of what's happening around. They're all mostly, I'm not saying all, there are a lot of startups which are really advanced. The founders of startups who we work with are like, they know more than a lot of people in marketing itself. So they are very advanced. But if you see larger companies, especially in Chennai, they all come with a very traditional background, like somebody was saying earlier, right? So in terms of educating them as to what digital can do for them or what is that they can do extra. So we work with, say, a brand called Simpsons, which is one of the largest watch brand in South India. They have multi-store outlets, etc., and all the malls, etc. So even then, if you see today, we've been working with them for a while, but still their traditional spends are a lot more than their digital spends. They don't shy away from spending on mass campaigns, but they don't want to go, and it's very difficult for us to convince them to go for a customized campaign. So the challenge of educating them is definitely more, but the experimenting becomes easier with them because they are more willing to learn also. Some of them are like really willing to learn. Then we give them clear examples or clear case studies of how it has helped other brands, or use cases of even not our clients. Even if we give them some use cases of how, say for example, this use case could be a great use case for me to use for steel companies, right? So use cases like that, saying how this is adapted for other brands and how the other brands has leveraged digital today, or how a steel brand has leveraged influencers. So why don't you try it? That's something that we look forward to. So that's probably the biggest difference we have.
Right. Talking of differences, Karan, if you want to elaborate on this, servicing a national brand, you work with a couple of government-backed bodies as well, you work with brands as well. What's the difference?
See, the difference comes in from the audience that they're catering to.
Right.
So you see right now Amazon, I have to believe that everybody has Amazon on their phones right now, but Amazon as a national brand has also taken the approach of how they can regionally adopt to these. So they have an app that can change its language to regional languages as well, so to better cater to the audiences that they have. So when it comes to talking or catering these national and regional brands, I'll give an example right now. We are working with Kinetic Green as a brand. The two-wheeler, three-wheeler division is entirely managed by us. The audience is not our metro audience. So the audience for Kinetic Green is tier 2, tier 3 audience. So now we have to cater strategies that are appealing to all of this Bharat audience, right? So this is an audience that is waking up, they are value conscious. I would not say Indians are looking out for cheap products, it is Indians are looking out for value. So if you are able to convey that right value in terms of a communication, that is bang on, then you get the right audience to your product. Now we recently, FICCI approached us recently for, FICCI is the body that regulates the entire EV industry, for launching a campaign. So all of us must will remember the NECC campaign that was launched years ago of Sunday ho ya Monday, Roj Kha Monday. You remember mutual fund coming up with mutual fund sahi hai campaign. That was a industry related campaign, right? So government has now told FICCI that you have to come up with a campaign that drives this change of people adopting EVs. Still this day and age, you see with this information overload, people still have a lot of misconception regarding EVs. So that is when we are coming in. We are coming up with a regional campaign now. That is the key word here. You cannot cater to an audience that is already information overloaded. You have to cater to an audience who do not know what an EV adoption into the lifestyle will make a change. There is an interesting concept of which Kunal Shah obviously endorses. It's called Delta 4 theory. So Delta 4 basically means that if there is a change coming into the market and that change is so strong in terms of, let's say an example would be an Ola and Uber. So that brand coming in, that forces you to not go back into sitting on the road and calling a taxi. Right? You have everything on your hands. So that is the Delta 4 change. EV is that kind of a change. If you go into an EV, you will never go back to an ICE vehicle. Regional markets have to be very, like Shreyansh here mentioned, language specific. You have to cater to the language that they speak. Emotion specific scenarios that are depicted. Again, an example would be, any ad that Piyush Pandey writes, you see that India reflecting into his ad. You see scenarios, stories of India reflecting. That's why it is very relatable, right? So I would say that when it comes to regional brands, they have to understand what audience they are catering to and cater to that in that language itself. Yeah.
Right. Mrinal, I'll tweak the question a little bit for you. He mentioned a very important point on value for cost, right? So help us understand how important is value for cost for your clients when they are regional clients, and are they also comfortable going big, spending on digital marketing, etc., or is it very difficult to convince them that okay, you can do this will get you returns? How is the story different when you are pitching to or talking to a national brand compared to when you're talking to a smaller brand?
So my take over here is that all clients, right? Like, I mean, be it national or regional at the same point of time, all clients have their quirks and they are all equally demanding. So it's not that a national client is easier or a regional client is easier. It's just that national clients come with their set of protocols and processes that you have to work with. It's a lot more about presentation, KPI presentations, discussions. Whereas for regional first brands, it's a lot more about hand-holding, working as their extended marketing team. There is a lot more trust and dependability that comes into the equation, right? So with that expectation of trust, obviously you also need to know how and what services to pitch. So it's not always about upselling, cross-selling. My fellow panelist also mentioned the role of UGC, right? Like, I feel like UGC content creation, regionalization of content, etc. is something that's really on the rise. So the part about regional brands not wanting to spend, I think that's actually a myth. It's just about winning their trust, making them pass through the levels, obviously getting them through campaigns, getting them things like I spoke about an edible oil brand a little before, right? So this brand, we recently did like an AI first campaign for them with a local celebrity and created content that was sent out to their entire trade. We did it for consumers. We did like a campaign inspiration was from Cadbury itself, right? Like where they had done something for Raksha Bandhan, we're doing the same thing for Durga Puja right now as well. So I think it's largely a mindset. It's nothing that a regional brand can't spend. They're more resistant to change. They want to do it. It's just about convincing them, giving them the right solutions, showcasing value, and then it obviously becomes like equally beneficial and that entire like channel and dialogue is open.
Great, those were very interesting points. Any other myths that you would like to bust, Shreyans, about smaller clients, regional clients?
I think mostly it's been covered by everyone. It's about the budget, of course, because there's the kind of budgets that you get for regional marketing will always be lower because you have to, the market size is way bigger for a national brand. With regional brands, it's not one size fit all, okay? It has to be customized. So one strategy might work for one, may not work for the other. So it has to be customized for each client for the region. At the same time, like Mrinal said, that you need to convince the client that they can take it, you know, they can go all in. There is another very interesting mix that I want to talk about is about mixing traditional with digital, okay? Everyone's saying that traditional is dead and, you know, let's focus on targeted marketing, demographic marketing. I feel that traditional marketing supports digital and vice versa. They need to exist together, okay? And both of them support each other. And there is this sense of trust that you need to bring to these clients, that they need to invest in both sides of marketing and not just invest in digital because they're getting, you know, leads or they're getting sales just through this. They need to be mixed together to get the optimum result for their brand.
And you know, in fact, this was the next question I had in mind, so we'll start with you this time. You spoke about having a lot of real estate clients on board, right? And we are used to see a lot of real estate clients on hoardings, on OH specifically, on newspapers, on blanket ads, etc. So how open are they, again coming back to the same point you raised, to getting experimental with the media mix? And what is the right balance that you suggest to these clients who have always been exposed to more traditional, right, to get new media mix options on board?
First of all, it depends on the ticket size of the project. That's a big factor when we suggest whether you should go for a larger chunk of traditional or you should go for a larger chunk of digital, okay? For high ticket size, for HNI clients, okay, you need to invest in traditional media. You need to invest in hoardings, you need to invest in print, because they need to see you. If they don't see you, and it needs to go and it needs to run on all media, okay? Digital, PR, hoardings, print, they need to see it everywhere so that they can trust you. And trust is a very big factor, at least with the clients that I work with. And these campaigns are quarterly launched for all the clients, and they have to, I specifically insist that you need to stick to traditional media and invest in it, because it raises awareness. Awareness, people forget when real estate companies are targeting their audience, they forget that they need to make people aware of it as well. It's not just leads that they have to deal with, it's not a transactional contract that we have. It's an overall contract that we have, that you need to create a brand for the project, which in turn will convert those leads that you've been able to capture through digital. So both go hand in hand. Probably a lead comes in through your digital media, but they don't see any hoarding around. So they will not trust you, okay? That, whether this project will end or not. Of course, RERA, HERA, they have come in, that has increased the trust for sure, but they need to see you more. That's why you need to have the mix, have the mix for with traditional as well as digital.
Mrinal, same question to you on balance, striking the right balance between digital and traditional, and how has it worked for your clients?
I personally actually come from a larger advertising house. Digital is a part of Lookat Group, right? So Lookat technically handles the entire mainline piece of the business. Digital is the digital division for Lookat, which is what I head personally. So this particular question, actually, I would like to answer that in more specifics and details, because there are a lot of brands that we work with where we handle 360 mandates. What do I mean by the 360 mandates? Starting from their creative to their mainline releases, budget planning, how to do it on digital, how each of these cross-marry into each other, how the entire planning is largely done. So personally, I mean, in terms of results for brands that we manage, be it across FMCG, real estate, cement, plywood, etc., traditional plays a very, very tactical role, especially when there is a new consumer promo, there's a new product launch, there's a new celebrity face that you're launching. And like Shreyansh mentioned, seeing it on mainline for India still works, because it adds a lot of credibility for a brand that, oh yeah, if they can do this, they're definitely someone that we can go with. Digital helps in the recall and the hammering and the repeat visibility and getting actionable KPIs that you can quantify. So they both play very different roles, and I don't think one can do without the other.
Right. Karan, I will ask you the question with a little bit of tweak, because you also already mentioned about how you have pushed clients out of their comfort zone of being just on traditional, taking them to digital, and you also mentioned influencer marketing. So combining both of them together, influencer marketing is a big part of digital these days. Are there any challenges to get collaborations or get influencers on board in regional markets compared to national markets or other markets?
See, the challenge definitely lies in identifying the right kind of influencer that fits the brand. You cannot get an influencer that is much bigger than the brand or will overshadow what the key messaging has to be, right? You have to identify a message or an influencer that will convey the right kind of emotions, the people trust, and can have a right mix with the brand itself. So that challenge is in identification. You cannot bring in an influencer that is going to charge or going to eat up a lot of the budget, because one thing is getting an influencer, but then you have to promote it as well, right? So that has to be kept in mind. While we are working with such brands in terms of regionals, we see a lot of regional content creators popping up now, and each one has developed a kind of a niche. So now you have to keep yourself updated in terms of what content creators are coming in. I am absolutely sure that each one of us sits in the evening, scrolls through our reels just for the entertainment purpose, but we have to have that knack of identifying. Let's say we come across 100 reels, we will find that one person that is developing a certain kind of niche. Let's say somebody who is working into bodybuilding, we have to then cater to what kind of brands we can pitch him to, right? So that right mix needs to be found out, and eventually I feel if you're getting a story out through a human being present there, a person who people can trust, and then you can develop a storyline from there. That is the right mix that a brand is looking forward for, and if that is achieved, nothing like it, I feel.
Right. Vinod, same question to you.
Sure, just to kind of add to that, see, what happens typically is a real estate client, my colleagues were speaking, is they normally come and ask you when they come to you, what is your cost per lead? So what is the cost per lead you can get for us? So it's not the same for everyone, right? So as you said, if somebody is doing like heavy branding out there in terms of traditional branding, and then when you're running a digital campaign, your cost per lead is definitely much lesser, your cost per conversion, lead to conversion ratio is much lesser compared to somebody who's never done anything in traditional mediums and they just launch something and they just want to start. So I think it's very important to have the right mix, and also as people pointed out, how do you budget that thing, right? The marketing mix of or the media planning mix is like, how much do you, depending on the budgets, again, if it's a very low budget, like he said earlier, right? If it's a very low budget, I'll probably go more digital, a mixture of influencers and digital to try and see how it is. And if it's a brand which is targeting regional, then yeah, more of digital, more of traditional probably. But if it's a national brand which has lesser budgets for a particular campaign, then probably digital, because nationally doing your traditional advertisement would be a lot more expensive and would bite into it. So I think it's important for brands to understand, like, depending on the campaign goals that they have, depending what the objective they want to make, they definitely have to have a mixture of everything actually, because today, as he was saying, right, same way, like if I'm a lead, so say I want to buy a real estate property, I go like give my data. I'm not going to give it only to you, I'm going to give it to another 3 people or 4 people, right? So I give it to 4 people, all your 4 people sales team calls me and I'm thinking where to buy. I go out in my car and I see one brand's hoardings there. I go open my Instagram, I see the influencer talking how good that is. So I'm obviously more convinced to buy that particular brand. So it's important how many times the brand is able to hit you in, they normally call it as a 7-hit strategy, right? It's about how the brand is able to hit you in multiple different ways to build that trust on you. So as he said, trust is the most important part when a person is making that buying decision. So that is getting built by a mixture of things, by people seeing everybody. Even if you keep retargeting them in digital ads, right, you're going to see the same thing or similar things again and again. But it's the same, it is important, but it's the same medium. But when you kind of give them a different approach, different kind of things, influencer talking about it, UGC content talking about it, hoarding here, different kind of things definitely makes a lot of difference.
If I may add a point to that, I feel Meesho as a brand has done quite well in terms of tapping into this regional influencers. In fact, they've done amazingly well in terms of the kind of influencers they've adopted. You see the kind of content that we consume. Kishore Biyani mentions is that India A, India B, India C audience. So India C typically does not consume content the way metro audiences consume content, right? That's why you see a lot of regional players popping in. MX player is huge in regional markets. If you are able to use that for your benefit, for the brands that you're working with, that can get your content across a lot faster, a lot cheaper than the traditional mediums as well. Traditional, I mean Instagram. Facebook is huge in regional parts of the country, as I feel it is not being consumed as much in the metro audiences. So if you want to study the right kind of mix, Meesho has done quite well. I would say that that is the brand that we need to study, how they've executed it, and then probably implement it for the brands that we work on also.
Yeah, just on top of that, I think recently there was a survey which we attended with one of the events, like the number of consumption content, like it's almost 93% of content in India on YouTube is being consumed on regional content, right? So it's vernacular content, rather almost 93%. It's a huge amount of content that is being consumed, and also when you want to target regional, which we've not adopted earlier, but recently I attended one of the other events from e4m actually, which is when we heard about it, where we came to know that, like, in terms of, like, if you want to target like regional content, right, or tier 2, tier 3 cities, it's important for you to leverage on YouTube, because that's one of the channels where people don't need to sign in to actually watch any content. Even Facebook, you have to sign up, Instagram, whatever. So I think that was a good point, and we actually implemented it, and it gave us a good kind of results.
Perfect. There's one last wrap question that I'll come to each one of you is, he spoke about trust, and that is where brand loyalty also comes in. So what is the perception around brand loyalty in regional markets? And second is, what are the innovative tactics or strategies that is working for regional markets? Any upcoming trends that you would want to talk about? We'll start with you.
So I want to give you an example, and I'm sure it is relevant to everyone's location. I'll talk real estate specifically. I'm sure all digital agencies will have at least one real estate client. Okay. There are brands, there are real estate brands that you work with, okay, and you can identify the ones that are right on top, okay. If you run ads for those companies, the cost per lead and the cost per conversion for them will be the lowest for the same ticket size same location of another brand. Because the brand whose conversion value is lower, the cost per conversion value is lower, has invested in their brands years before, okay? For years they've invested on their brand, they've built their brand, and they've invested in all kinds of advertising avenues. That's why when they come up with new projects, say for example DLF, we've heard news that whenever DLF launches a new project gets sold out, okay? Why is that? Because they've been able to create that brand in that market. So you need to sell this story to your client that they need to invest in the brand aspect of things as well. It is not just about project branding, it's also about group branding. It is never, probably a project will finish, but the brand is going to stay. So that is where the brand also needs to invest in. Second, every ticket size of a project has a different way of marketing. If you're, like I said, in the previous question that you asked, I mentioned that if you're trying to target an HNI client, it needs to ride on all digital avenues, whether it's digital, whether it's Facebook, whether it's Google, whether it's programmatic. It needs to be everywhere, okay? In English preferably, okay, because that is what the clientele prefers. But if you're going for a low ticket size project, okay, probably it's around 35, 40, it's in the suburbs, you're trying to market to that kind of an audience, regional language works really well. They convert really well. You can try it. Today if you're running an ad for a project that's worth say under 80 lakhs or under 70 lakhs, you run it in a regional language, and I can definitely not guarantee, but I have tried it and I've tested it, your cost per lead and your cost per conversion will be lower, and you can try it for yourselves. So this is what the marketing has evolved. This is how marketing has evolved over time.
Right.
For regional marketing, yes.
We'll quickly take it to all other speakers. Mrinal, next mile growth is coming from innovations like.
So I'll just quickly add to that. So what we've adopted as an approach, and something that I think has really worked well for our set of regional brands, is we've invested very heavily in creating IPs for brands, right? Like when you talk about brands, they have very specific days / activation moments / topical days where it makes a whole lot of sense for them to be a part as a brand. Rather than trying to reinvent the wheel every year, like say for example a Ganesh Chaturthi comes, a Durga Puja comes, a Diwali comes, these are all key activation moments, be it a jewelry brand, an FMCG brand, etc. The idea is to be able to connect with your audience and to ensure that, I mean, they remember you, right? Like you can't really shout louder than the national brand, because again the role of budget comes into the picture. So how do you really break that cycle, right? Like you create an IP, you create a jingle, you create something memorable, and you rehammer that every year, obviously embellish it, add more to the property, and keep bringing that back forward. So that's something that's really worked well. So I wouldn't call that more of a tactic, that's something that we really deployed and it's worked well. So I'd just like to share that with all of you all. Thanks.
What is working for your brands, Karan? What is that embellishment that you're getting on board?
I feel when you mentioned the aspect of the next trend that is coming in, I think brands have to look at consumption patterns. They have to identify what kind of consumption patterns are driving or capturing people's attention. So I mentioned MX Player as a platform that is performing really well. There are Z4 that is performing really well in regional markets. These kinds of platforms are what brands should be on the lookout for. Understand which platform is driving the maximum people's attention and be there. Be there as a brand, be there not to sell the product but to drive awareness for the purpose that you're in this business for, and eventually you will get your return. So yeah.
Vinod, your last.
Yeah, I mean, I think mixture of everything what everybody said. I think personalization is very important. Trying to go deep into understanding your different audience, segmenting them into different sectors, and trying to see what works with them. Because what works in targeting me will not work in targeting him. So it's like trying to get as much detail as possible in terms of data analytics, use a lot of data analytics, use AI as well to an extent, and try to see how to best segment the audience and then target them using a lot of personalization and regional content.
Perfect. Thank you so much, panelists, for being a part of this conversation. It was a pleasure hosting all of you.
Thank you. Absolutely. Give them a big round of applause. I think a very interesting conversation that was held here. Thank you, Tasmai, for steering the conversation. Please stay with me a moment longer. I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Dhruv Davar, founder and CEO in Nextus Events based in Mumbai and Dubai. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Dhruv on stage. I request Dhruv to give a small token of appreciation on behalf of e4m to all our panelists. Dhruv. Ladies and gentlemen, as we move towards our next session, the stage setup is going to change, but I'd like to just quickly point out some of the key points that our panelists mentioned and struck a chord with me because I've been in the events and experiential business for over 15 years, and something they mentioned is about the mix of traditional plus pointed regional content, right? Mutual Fund Sahi Hai is a ad that traditionally has been splurged all across TV, newspaper, everywhere. But now with regional or rather tier 2 city people also coming into the metro cities, you see that they would also like to know more. While it says Mutual Fund Sahi Hai, it doesn't really explain much of it. I have a friend in IT business from Gujarat, moved to Mumbai, and was following an influencer who spoke about mutual funds, explaining the content and how to go about it, and that struck a chord with them. So I guess a good mix of traditional but also regional content going together would be a great mix for all of us. With that, I think our stage is set up for our next discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, here we're going to talk about business storytelling made easy with impactful influence. So please join me in welcoming our speakers on stage. We have with us Avi Chanodia, co-founder, Create. Let's put our hands together and welcome Avi on stage. We also have on the panel with him Devarshi Shah, Senior Vice President and Business Head, Global Creator Network, only much louder. Let's give Devarshi also a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And chairing the session is Zaman M, Strategy Head at 88G. 88GB, yes, is right there. Zaman is coming up. All right, so Devarshi is going to be right back on stage with us with a cup of coffee, but we can give the gentleman a big round of applause, yes? Who does not want to know more about storytelling? It's not enough. So go ahead, over to you.
We'll just start off as Devarshi hurries to the stage. Thank you everyone for coming. I just flew in from Bangalore this morning. And while I decided for nostalgia purposes, I would take the local train from near Chhatrapati Shivaji down to Lower Parel. And I was like, why are the rivers surging so much? Why is everyone running around with big ass umbrellas? And now it makes a lot more sense as I have realized that, there's been a downpour yesterday. So round of applause to you guys for coming to the event and showing up. And the energy in this conversation was so infectious throughout the day that I really appreciate it. So we're gonna start this conversation about storytelling for brands, right? And you guys are in for such a treat. I've been having a conversation with these two gentlemen for the last, 45 minutes. And it's been like the most fun part of this entire week for me, personally.
and I am really hoping that you guys feel the energy once the conversation starts. Obviously, we have Devarshri and we have Avi. I'm not going to repeat the introductions, but I'm going to start off with a question. And it's a very fundamental question. The creator economy, as measured in 2023, right? It's supposed to be like $250 billion. That's more than, I don't know, 100 countries' GDP combined, right? You have people from the remote corners of villages in India, like kids from villages in India, all the way to venture capitalists who started their own podcasts. Everyone is in the creator game right now. Like there's so many options, there's so much buzz, and there's so many fan groups for each one of these creators. Now that you have so many options, how do agencies help brands create stories that will stand out? And that's something I'm very curious about.
So, when it comes to creator content today, and see, firstly, I think in India with brands, we're only scratching the surface when it comes to influencer or creator first content marketing. I think the conversations are still very superficial, barring a few brands that have been part of culture, have been moving with times or sometimes ahead of its time. The brands that we're talking about, say, let's talk about FMCG sector or auto sector or so on and so forth. They are still scratching the surfaces. It's only very recently that they've started working with creators. One part of doing great storytelling is obviously the most abused word these days in content marketing is authenticity. But I believe that if you want to be in culture, be honest to what audiences truly feel about you. That's what's going to get the mileage. A lot of times, brand managers we speak to, there is some dissonance in what and how they see their brands versus how audiences see their brands. And the closer if you're successful as a brand leader to able to reduce or mitigate that gap, you will be able to do great storytelling with your audiences because instantly you have created a connect with them. If I were to use an example in the recent times, and sorry, I'm going to take some brand names here, I am not sure whether you've seen the new Oyo ad that Moonshot created. I think it was brilliant. They literally went head on, and very few brand managers really have the gall to be able to do that, of addressing things head on as to how we all perceive that brand. And they changed it. And I think for me, for a second when I saw it, I'm like, okay, they have premium rooms available, and sure, okay, maybe I will give it a thought. At least now it's sitting in my head. I've created some connected with Oyo rather than not ever considering it at all. So yeah, I think authenticity and being able to reduce dissonance makes great storytelling happen, and connections and relatability happen instantly. I don't know.
So what I have realized on the go is that at the end, it's the brand basic thesis that they eventually have, right? So if they're a brand who's very big from past and they're working and doing marketing things all together, not on social media but on other platforms, they have their basic thesis clear, as he rightly stated, right? But via doing influencers and all, they can get the feedback back that, okay, the audience feels it an opposite way, right? So what I have realized with this is that, like, giving a few, like the newer brands, what they are doing is they have the clarity in terms of, I would say that, okay, this is how our brand means and this is how we want to represent ourselves. And sometimes they take the right decisions in terms of that. First, let them test our product. Let the creators know that this is why we are good at it, and we are very strong about what our thesis and the premises of the products are, right? And the bigger ones, as he rightly stated as well, that when they now enter the market, they also need to have the strong thesis clear that, okay, this is what we represent. We need to convey these things, and then the right partners can convey it directly to the creators and help them convey it directly to the audience. That will sort it out in a very right manner, and then the stories can happen in a very creator to creator, I would say creator to creator, skill to skill basis.
Sorry, I want to add one more point to this about how can brands really do impactful storytelling. We need to realize, let's look at our audiences, because at the end if you're talking to audiences, an audience online today consumes content from various facets, right? Be it emotional, be it heartwarming, be it motivational, be it sad, be it funny, be it whatever. Fact of the matter remains that audiences do not care about a brand and its unidimensional messaging. Creators allow for brands to be able to add those multiple facets to them, to be able to tell what they want to hear or what the message they want to deliver in different and more interesting ways, which sometimes because a brand has its own personality and have to abide by certain rules, by themselves can't do. And if you're going to use a third-party distribution channel to talk about your brand, talk to them how that third-party channel would talk to its audiences. Don't try to get your own communication or your own language into a third-party channel. So yeah, that's something like it effectively share of emotions, right? Share of emotions is far bigger or more than sheer voice. So yeah.
I think that was very, very insightful. And just the stance of the brand needs to have a little bit of gusto sometimes to push through on the authenticity of the concept.
Yeah.
Absolutely love it. Going on, like you said, creators, to reuse a phrase, give a brand a voice, and then the next day another voice, and the next day another voice. This is true specifically for multilingual influencer campaigns and creator campaigns, right? When a brand wants to do like across multiple geographies together. When they implement this kind of an influencer, like sort of pan-region sort of approach, how can they sort of create the brief or control the execution so that sort of the brand messaging is consistent across even very different executions? Like, do you have any thoughts on that?
Honestly, I didn't get your question right.
Okay, I'll rephrase. One brand is trying to advertise in Tamil Nadu as well as in Andhra Pradesh. Fair. For that, they have 3 creators in Tamil Nadu and they have 3 creators in Andhra Pradesh. All of them are from different categories. They're not all comedy, they're not all fashion, they're not all travel. They're a mixed bundle. The brand wants to try this as an experiment, and they are right in maybe the hypothesis of wanting to test it. But they want to make sure that the brand central communication of the campaign is consistent throughout all of the executions. When a brand wants to do this, and this happens very often actually in multilingual campaigns, like what do you think that they should keep in mind to sort of get that execution correct?
So from my take again, in our experience, what we have realized is that at the end, that's where we come into play as an agency, right? That, okay, we assist them. Sometimes if they want to experiment with 10 different niches, we'll tell them just, even if you want to experiment 4 niches, we know that it won't work for you, right? Because we know that it won't represent your brand right. And even if you want to keep it consistent, at the end we know that they won't be able to deliver it to you. Rather, experiment in those 6 niches where we have either experimented with some brands, or we know that, okay, even if you want to experiment, the reasons are justified. Now, if you'll ask me what the reasons are, right? By that, what I mean is that, let's take an example of a lifestyle brand who are just producing denims. So they'll definitely have experimented with lifestyle category, they would have experimented with entertainment, they would have experimented with comedy, right? Now, if they want to experiment with travel, is justified. Because travel subcategory is lifestyle. Travel is a lifestyle in itself. If they want to experiment with art individual also will have two different type of creators. One who have art and lifestyle involved in it. So those guys I would say to work with. But now if they want to work with say like a category which is say a AI creator who's just creating content about AI and his lifestyle is not involved, then we would suggest that don't experiment in this niche, or if you're being selective of the creators, be very selective that they have something which is more in-depth in them rather than just being an AI creator. Their lifestyle should be shown by that content. Then only they'll be able to show your product right. If they're just creating content and showing their just like shirts all together, how they'll be able to promote their denims, right? Now if you'll ask them to create a proper walkthrough and a movie kind of video, it's out of their comfort zone. They might do it for the money or the kind of newer collab that they're getting, but it again, I don't think so it will work out that well if it's that not structured.
So, according to me, consistency किधर चाहिए? Consistency तुम्हें messages पे चाहिए. You want X message to be delivered. Cool. The other consistency you want is brand guardrails, right? There are certain guardrails every brand has. Sure, we don't want to we don't want to cross that. And some guardrails can be as basic as, hey, we don't want any crass humor, we don't want any derogatory humor or conversations, we do not want any religious content or politically inclined, none of that. Certain brand guardrails obviously exist. You want consistency of messages and guardrails. Apart from that, experimenting and trying other genres out, at least in ONL's experience, has more often than not worked out. I'll give you two examples. There is a very, very popular FMCG beauty brand that creates these onion hair oil, onion seed hair oil. Now, obviously, your instincts would go, okay, beauty creator ke sath kaam kar lete hain, we'll talk to someone like that or someone in the lifestyle space. We challenged this. I'm like, why? Who do you want to talk to? Let's get the audiences. Consistency, consistency is audience consistency. Just because you have an audience who is, as in it doesn't mean that an audience is not consuming different types of content pieces, right? They're following a beauty creator, but they're also following a humor category or a musician or someone else. Why can't a message be delivered from someone else till the time it looks authentic from them? So we worked with this brand, and they had limited budget, but instead of going to 5 creators, we said that nahi, aap ek creator ke sath kaam karo, national level pe. And we created a vlog with this creator. Now, I will not disclose the data, but this was a consideration campaign. We were doing this campaign to drive traffic back to the brand's D2C e-commerce page to at least see how people are reacting. So it was largely consideration and driving traffic back. As per the brand, this has been one of the most effective creator-first content marketing pieces they've ever done, and we worked with a comedy creator here, sorry. We worked with a comedy creator to talk about hair oil, wherein there was application shown, there was great content done, and humor has always worked as a category to connect with people. And we used this information and it actually worked for them. Second example. For those who don't know, we worked very extensively with Bacardi portfolio brands across 20 countries. And we do their creator-first content marketing across all these countries. We built an IP for Bacardi, the main brand Bacardi, called Bacardi House Party Sessions. This was a couple of years ago. And in Bacardi House Party Sessions, music being their core pillar, we worked with music. And the first season of Bacardi House Party Sessions, in which most of you may have heard the song Ud Gaye came out of, from Ritviz, was that campaign. We told the brand as to why can't you take a music IP, why do you have to take a music IP on a music channel? Why can't you do it on AIB's channel? Why do you think that those audiences, there is a wall in the middle? The audience fit seems to be the right thing. You see data. And obviously it was something that, it was a ball that we hit out of the park and it worked beautifully well. So yes, consistency is in a nutshell, of your brand messages, of your guardrails, and of your audiences. उसके बाद तो कहीं भी जाओ.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. I can sort of maybe throw some supporting insight to this, is that some of the brands that we work with in the South, we work with a lot of big FMCG companies and so on and so forth for their influencer mandates in the South. And what we end up seeing is the creator initiatives, like the influencer campaigns, are always like an investment on an asymmetrical return. You never know which one will go viral. And specifically when the brands are trying to experiment. Like if an FMCG brand that sells like a food portfolio, they are more likely to go to recipe videos, they're more likely to go to chefs. That's great, and that really does a good job in communicating the value proposition. But whenever the brand steps slightly out of their comfort zone and does something that stands out, we see that the return on investment is asymmetrically high. And that's the kind of thing that brands are realizing more and more, which is why you're seeing more experimentation. This is specifically true for, a lot more truer for regional campaigns as far as we understand. But yeah, there's just so much potential in just that little bit of gusto. So yeah, great answers. Moving on, what happens is sometimes a brand works with a lot of creators and they cycle through them and they try different things. Sounds good. And magic happens. That one brand pairs with that one creator so perfectly that the brand wants to keep doing repeat collaborations with that creator. They want to use that creator as a sort of a spokesperson, let's call it that way. And the brand manager wants to do it, the creator wants to do it. The problem becomes, how do you keep that execution fresh? Any insight?
I look at it as in terms of two analogies. I'll assist you guys with it as well. So one is that Pokemon analogy, right? So how as a Pokemon, it keeps on evolving, right? From the creator's lens, creator should always look themselves as a product or a service that they're providing to a brand. So when they think about these services or the product that they're providing to the brand, at the end they should also think about how they can keep on evolving so that the brand is so enticed to work with them. So with one of our creators, when we looked at with them is that he was an art creator. He was just creating and not showing him in the content. We assisted him in terms of that how you can put yourself in the content, and a newer channel of whole brand brand collaboration for the same brand started coming our way, because the brand now realized that okay, these are different ways that we can now work with the same creator. So what they did is they just introduced newer concepts in their content, which at the end gave a brand a different view set where they were like, okay, from our lens we can just integrate in this similar manner. Along with this, what I feel is knowingly, unknowingly, for a lot of niches of certain categories of creators, be it entertainment, be it lifestyle, creators are constantly evolving because their content is as such.
The good ones.
Yeah, the good ones. Yeah, that is also one thing that one should look at. That only the ones who are constantly evolving are the ones who are getting that benefit from. And that's what sometimes creators also forget. And that what they look at is that our campaign worked for the brand. I gave them the returns, but you're not able to make the brand aware that what more you can offer them. It's like one packet of Lay's that you have, and you're not offering multiple flavors. So how many times will you eat that flavor? So yeah, while talking to a lot of creators, I've heard their problem, but it's again the ones who evolve are the ones who will benefit.
Yeah, so definitely I double click that as well. But I think the question is one step. I think it's a more evolved question for more evolved brands. I think पहली बात तो brands को बोलो कि work with a creator more consistently, because whenever they have and have done it in the right way, neither does the creator feel like a sellout, nor does the brand feel unfresh. And if it is done in the right way, as he mentioned, which is, you can constantly keep evolving the quality of content, or quality as in how you're delivering that content is very important. Again, if I were to give you an example from the past, again, unfortunately, I've not had many brands who want to consistently work with a creator no matter how much you push at them. It's their money, you can't force it down their throats. But consistency, when I have tested this, I worked with this one creator and a brand for almost 3 to 4 years consistently, one after another, like every year we're putting like 2 to 3 minimum hero content pieces out there with this creator. It had hit a point wherein people in the audience, in the chat and in the comments had started really thanking the brand for even bringing this creator in front of them or giving this creator that platform. Now, if audiences have started thanking a brand, that's affinity built right there. Thank you for giving this creator a platform and for bringing this creator in front of us. How frequently do we see that?
Yeah.
As in, this is ROI win. So, yeah.
I'll just add to his point, like just 1, 2, 3 words that he stated, right? One is hero, right? How at the end a creator becomes that hero product for the brand, right? And that's the synergies that go a long way. We also, like with our experience, we have, like I'll summarize it in this manner that at the end, they should look at creators or like the agencies in terms of that we are all working as a team for the growth, right? So when that perspective comes in a way that, okay, it's a collaborative growth, that's the objective, it becomes easier for the creator also to look at the brand, not from a lens of just delivering 2-3 products, 2-3 like products in terms of reels, stories and all. They eventually live the brand. And we have seen it with a lot of our creators where they started living the brand. And by that I mean that they keep on wearing it wherever they grow, wherever they go, and eventually in their organic reels also, the products keeps on showing. And that is when the brand succeeds. And how he stated is just a tweak in it where it's succeeding so much that the audience is also now thanking the creator, that thanking the brand that please keep on pushing this creator because definitely his content has leveled up, but the audience has been satisfied because they have been lined in that creator's journey from the past 2-3 years, and it's just phenomenal.
Excellent. I absolutely love the resolution of the insights that we're getting in this conversation. And speaking of resolution, let's talk about this. There is let's call it the plan question. A lot of brands look at collaborations with influencers and creators as just, hey, 2 reels, 1 story, done, right? And I mean, fair. At some point you have to put a price tag and know what your budget is, but what are we missing out on? Like, what are we missing out on in terms of approach, sort of a viewpoint towards this, the influencer, the content creator game altogether?
I can. So I'll just give with an example, not stating the brand. This was an upcoming creator that we recently onboarded, and he had crazy amount of potential in terms of views and the kind of, it's like a movie that's going on, right? How when we started watching Harry Potter, so we were waiting for the second movie to come, and as an audience we eagerly waiting to get the first ticket and just keep on watching it. So that was the kind of journey that the creator was living. So now from the brand's lens, again, I guess the POC was a bit more aware or had that experience or had that budget to experiment. They logged in 21 reels, 21 shots and 4 long form video with that particular creator. So they logged in a proper series, like as we in an agency term call it an IP. So we made a unique IP set with that creator, and then it got them views in like 0.00 something CPV, and which is like a crazy case study for the creator, agency and brand, and in all prospects. So I guess when more of these case studies will come our way, like how I have now told people, it will like go on channels, so then the perspective will evolve. And along with that, I feel that I feel that at the end, it eventually drills down to the fact that when it's again like a nascent stage in the whole creator economy being evolved, and the creators learning, agencies learning in terms of what is working, how it's working, and so the risk factor will reduce. When the risk factor will reduce, then we'll be so confident that work on this. We know that it has worked with us earlier, so I can just go to another brand and tell them that it has worked with us in the past. These are the proven data sets, and just look at these case studies and just go ahead, right? So I guess those are the ones that how it will go ahead and help people, help brands and creators.
My perspective on this is, the question being ek reel, those story, whatever that may be. Let's look at first things first, objective kya hai, right? How I would look at it is it an awareness campaign or a conversion campaign? Because if your friend were to come and tell you that, yaar ye product dekh, le le, how many times will that friend of yours have to convince you to buy it? I'm sure it's not once, it's more. So does one reel, 2 stories suffice for a conversion campaign? Maybe not. And right, he said, right, we're in a very nascent stage. So yeah, again, this conversation is very big. You have to look at, or any brand needs to look at influencer marketing or creator content marketing from a very media lens. Media buying karne ke pehle, there is a plan that's created, a media plan, which is very data heavy. You look into every aspects of the data, basis whatever your objective is it just awareness and visibility, or is it conversion, or is it something else? Is it advocacy? Basis that you make your plan on media. What is stopping brands from doing that with agencies? Today, agencies have tools and some really bright minds that can do that detailed level of planning before onboarding creators. And of course, jitna shakar hoga, matlab utna meetha hoga, matlab jitna daloge utna meetha hoga, but in that small capacity also, you can do it, you can achieve it. I was just giving him an example before we got onto this stage. If you were looking at conversions as a metric, right? A planning team would work, a creator planning team with a media mindset would do that, okay, let's look at creators who have maximum overlaps in audiences, because I know to convince a person X, I need to meet that person X on frequency. And not once. Once is not going to do the job. I need to meet that same person 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, depending on whatever my budget is, right? So I'm looking at creators with maximum overlaps in audiences, thereby ensuring that that person X is being targeted in 3 different creatives from 3 different creators with different use cases, most likely, or messages, to ensure that I'm being able to convince this person to take some action. Likewise, if it was just an awareness campaign, then I want to ensure that none of the creators on my list have any sort of overlap. And then it's not a conversation about ek reel or do story, it's then about what is actually going to drive potential impact. I don't think brands are there yet, not many at least. But I guess I'm hoping eventually when they're done floating with the entire market, they will get there.
That sounds like an invitation, which is fair. Let me ask a slightly more futuristic question, let's put it this way. We've been talking before this session for a while, and you guys have so many insights as business models, setting up IPs, what kind of deal structures, and so on and so forth. But let's think about either tech or business model, right? One of these things is going to become the main source of change for the entire creator economy. Like, you could say maybe it's NFTs, I don't know, but this is your experienced opinion. what would you say is going to be the game changer in the creator economy, whether it be tech or business model, in the next 5 years?
It's going to be SWAS. Brands do not largely, keeping aside the smaller ones. And then the smaller one, I'm talking about the young brands, the D2C brands, who are leading a more self-serve model. They have limited budgets to be able to hire people, so on and so forth. Brands by themselves do not want to operate software. उनको 1000 चीजें जो और देखनी है. While the entire industry can come and keep offering software services कि ये है discovery tool and ये है marketplace और ये इधर आपको 20,000 करोड़ influencers मिल जाएंगे. Sure, पर operate कौन कर रहा है मेरे लिए? Also know that on those platforms, even there are some platforms which have a marketplace on it. The truth is, because OML also is a talent management agency, we know that big creators do not want to be out there because it is a market that's running on arbitrage. A creator X may charge much lesser value to Y brand over Z brand because they have a better affinity with Y brand. They don't want to put out their rates out on the system. So they are not going to, definitely creator side of the business, they are not going on, the bigger ones, they want an agent to do the negotiations for them. They want someone to represent them because उनको नहीं घुसना है. वो लोग creative लोग हैं, उनको creative करने दो. उनको बैठ के contracting नहीं करना है, contracts नहीं बनाना है. On the other side, brands, on the brand side, they have 100 things to look into. So while these tools can be great to empower them with information and data, which is this world today, the truth is that SWAS offerings are always going to win. We are not going anywhere. AI is also not killing us. That is my nutshell answer.
So earlier, before starting this agency, we have been on the tech side of as an assisting tool for creators, where the creators could make money other than just solving brands, where they could launch their courses and like an auxiliary medium for them to make money. What we realized on the go with that is, again, majority of the creators, they don't want to be on the platform, and I like being on that side. I've realized it that there are a lot of reasons that he has already stated definitely holds true. That time I was against agencies. I used to think that why agencies are not letting the creators. At the end, when I started representing the creators in our talent management wing, we realized that it definitely doesn't make sense for the creators right now to be on the platform as a listed entity. And while then analyzing those platforms, which are like the few ones that are existing in the ecosystem currently, eventually they also on the back end are like a human-led service thing only. Like it's just a tech on top of it, but at the back end there's no difference between like an agency like we are, right? We can also make like a good UI where the listings are there, but it's no different from an Excel sheet and that UI, which is on a UI platform, right? The main thing, definitely a lot of assisting tools can help, which is in terms of how qualified data can come into play, where as the campaign execute on that, like that particular point of time. So if I'm given a time period when the brand and the agency are just in the process and the creators are also in the process of executing the campaign, then the main thing there is that the campaign needs to be executed. It's not about understanding the insights, right? So how you said that a creator needs to be used again, right? Now, just imagine that we are working with 10 creators. And out of those 10 creators, while executing the campaign, and he'll agree with it, that it's such a time-bound thing, right? The objective P0 for everyone would be to execute the campaign. So when you're executing the campaign, and just imagine one creator reel shot up. So the brand will be aware of it after 2 days, or like after the campaign is executed and the time is gone. But if the brand is being aware of, like it's being made via assisting of the tool and the agencies as well, what we can make the brand aware is that this creator is booming. Let's tap on more. Let's put a few more stories. Let's do one more reel, right? That are the ways then the tech will assist. But other than that, I feel currently because the pie is getting bigger, brands are entering in the market. The current ones who have entered in the market are evolving. creators are understanding that how they need to cater to the brand. Agencies are understanding what more and what qualified and like in a very qualitative way they can assist a brand. So there are so many things that initially need to be solved and then use the tech, because right now Excel is helping. So I don't think so. It's a lot to be needed.
Thank you, gentlemen. This has been very enlightening. And thank you for the audience. I noticed the pin drop attention, and I really appreciate an audience that really zones into a conversation that is as good as this. So thank you so much. Good round of applause to these guys.
Thank you.
And to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you gentlemen for that wonderful conversation. I'm going to invite Anant Ranjan, Vice President Business at Mob Avenue, to please join us on stage. Boys, if you please stay with us a moment longer, Devashi. Mr. Ranjan to please present it on our behalf. Thank you so much to our panelists. Thank you, Zaman, for steering. Thank you very much. All right, of course, let me just remind you the time is constrained here, but you can ask your questions to our speakers on Twitter. Use our hashtag e4m iDAC, and please tag the speakers as well that you're pointing the question to. If you'd also just like to share the key takeaways, some insights that were interesting for you, go ahead and do so, and let's keep the buzz alive. We're just making a quick change in the agenda. We're going forward with our fireside chat right now. It's time for a very interesting fireside chat on the power of raising capital. How can independent agencies win against the global giants? And I'm sure this is going to be very interesting and very relevant and valid for all our independent agencies here. So let's find out how to raise capital. Please put your hands together and welcome on stage Mr. Atul Hegde, co-founder Rainmaker Ventures and founder YAP. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together. Where is all the energy gone from the room? Is everyone here with me? Yes? Can we have a big round of applause? A very warm welcome to you, Mr. Hegde. And to start this conversation, I'm going to invite Tasmai Roy back on stage, our editor from Exchange for Media. Over to you, Tasmai.
Louder? Yes. Yeah. Thank you so much, Atul, for joining us. And since the morning we're talking about trends, we're talking about clients. Biggest part of the conversation is, I guess, where the money is coming from, right? And how to keep the pot boiling. I was also reading up a lot about Rainmaker, your organization, and I think what your belief has been, it is not just the brands with the that has a bigger name, etc., that should be backed. It's also the independent entrepreneurs, founders, who should be equally backed, and they deserve all the help that they do, right? So, but again, the trend is in the capital raising space, landscape, it's often seen that bigger brands, they get the most favor, right? So, what are the specific strategies that work for independent founders, entrepreneurs, that would make them stand out and that would make raising funds for them easier?
Sure. Can you hear me?
I can.
Can you hear me? Hello.
Yeah, I think this is better.
So before we start off, I think first a big thank you for the E4M group to actually putting the spotlight on independent digital agencies. I think all of them deserve a lot more attention for what they have been doing, and it's just not now, right? Last 15 years, I think a lot of innovations has come from this sect of agencies, and I'm glad that finally there's a forum. There are so many people attending, and it's apt that somebody like E4M has invested in it. I hope this continues for a long time. So yes, so thank you for that. Coming to your question, I think there are lots of avenues for independent agencies to look at raising capital. I also meet a lot of founders, and I think the biggest pain point that independent agencies have is cash flow. Right? It's not about winning accounts, it's not about going and working with large multinationals. It's really the cash flow that really bothers them, and that's a big distraction when you're running a business. And mind you, these are some of our best talent. Right? If you take away this one big teething problem from their business, there's so much that they can do, right? So for example, when we look at investing in companies in this sector, like in other sectors, the primary is of course the pedigree of the team, right? And in most cases, if somebody has decided to become an entrepreneur, has jumped into this category, and this is cutthroat, right? And I'm sure there are thousands of independent digital agencies of all sizes. So for someone to get into this category, they've already, half the battle is won, that they have taken that step. So for us, pedigree extremely important, team profile, what have they done. After that comes all the other usual factors. What is do they have some, charter clients that will actually back them for a long time? What is the kind of work they've done? But primarily it boils down to talent, okay, the quality of people, and it all boils around the founders when they're raising money, especially in a business like this where it's all about the human capital, right? It's all about the people who come together, how they gel as a team, what is the kind of output they have. So that's primary for us when we are looking at that. And then over a period of time, and we've been doing this for almost now 8 years, we've invested in independent agencies across not only India but even Southeast Asia and the Middle East. And we've always seen that in more cases than not, if you back the right founder, you give them space to do what they do well, right, and take care of this entire cash flow situation that 90% of them get stuck in. And sometimes it's just about, not even about putting a certain amount of capital, it's just about guiding them on what are the things that they need to do, right? So that's really helped us. So yes, so a great founder would be the main reason for us to go after and invest in that company. It's not about how they will scale up, it's not about what is unique about them, because in a services category, very difficult to differentiate and say that this is unique. Your uniqueness lasts every campaign that you do. Right, the team here before spoke about how brands wait for that one big viral thing. And so do with agencies, right? Some campaigns succeed, some don't. But ultimately, it's about that set of people who are starting off that company.
Perfect. For all the independent founders here, I think this is also insight that would prepare them for Shark Tank. You gave them all the secrets to win there. And we were having a chat before this session started, and you mentioned that venture capital is not the last door to knock, right? It's not your only option. So what are the other avenues that are open for independent agencies to explore when it comes to funding?
So if you actually look at the independent digital agency landscape in India, right, and I said there might be thousands of them, but if you start categorizing them in terms of their size, in terms of turnover, so in the 1 to 10 crores, you would find 50% of them, which is the majority of where it is. Then 10 to 20, you will find another chunk. And as you keep, like 100 plus, you will find a very few, 200 plus, still fewer, 300 plus, I think you will be able to count them on your fingertips, right? So it's really that when you are in that stage, when you are in that 1 to 20, 0 to 20 crores kind of a turnover range, you have multiple options, right? And a lot of it comes from just being aware. Like, while we all get up in the morning, we read Economic Times and we read so-and-so raised money at so valuation. I mean, it all sounds so good. But the fact is that there is many more avenues other than venture capital, right? For example, the most boring but a sure shot way of getting funding is your bank, right? Which most of us don't want to get facilitated because we know that we're going to be thrown with thousands of questions from their side. But the fact is that if you build a great relationship with your existing banker, there are lots of avenues for you to raise debt. There's lots of options for you to look at a smaller term loan. And they exist. These are not some fairy tales where it happens one in thousands or, It's really about going and figuring out what it is. I'll give you other examples. If you're a woman entrepreneur, for example, there are lots of central and state schemes where today a woman entrepreneur can raise capital up to 2 crores without any collateral. Right? And these are again not fairy tales. These are things which is reality. It needs a little bit of research. It needs you to spend some time to go and visit, the institutions who are offering this. And in 3 to 5 months' time, you will be able to raise capital without collateral. Right? Similarly, register yourself as an MSME. Again, there are benefits for that, right? Being an MSME registered company protects you against certain credit period from clients, right? Which is the biggest problem again for small agencies where clients sometimes take you for granted. They'll tell you they'll pay you for 30 days and they're not paying you for 3, 4, 5, 6 months. Today there's a laws that protect companies, smaller companies, where if you are a registered MSME company, you have to get paid by a certain time. Similarly, there are loan schemes from MSME. Right, where you can actually go and secure various kinds of loans. There are grants available with every state government depending on where your company has been registered. Now all of these might sound like, oh no, it's so sarkari. But the fact is they work and they have been dispersing. One prime example was during COVID time where every small enterprise could actually go to your own bank and you could raise up to 50 lakhs without any collateral for 5 years interest free. Right? Now, I don't know how many independent agencies actually took advantage of that. Right? I know even though our companies were pretty well placed, they went and took advantage of this because it is something that as an incentive that was given to small companies. So, one is to have somebody in your team, who will either spend time understanding these schemes, not running after that big venture capital because you read it in the morning in a newspaper. That's not the only avenue. Right? Second is HNIs. There are a lot of HNIs who are today looking to invest in this sector. Right? I mean, today no brand can live without digital marketing, which means the category is growing. It's the fastest growing category. There are a lot of HNIs who are interested in the media advertising sector, who are looking for opportunities, who are not looking to cut big checks, but they're big enough for the companies the size that I spoke about. As you get bigger, of course, a lot of avenues will open up. There's debt raising opportunities for you. As you cross that 20-30 crore turnover threshold, there's a lot more avenues for you, right? And also look out for people who are investing. I agree that there are very few funds that invest in this sector. AdTech at one point of time used to be a hot category, no more. But look out for fund houses that put money into these sectors. They are again a low-hanging fruit for you to go and approach them.
I made mental notes of as many as I could, so if I open a venture, I have some options to fall back on. But for a lot of companies that you mentioned brackets, what will make you access certain options that are open. So that is where I think the conversation about scaling comes. When it comes to scaling, a lot of independent entrepreneurs, they suffer a bit, right? So when it comes to scaling, what should these independent founders, agencies do so that they are more attractive to people who are ready to invest in them?
I think that's a great question. And here again, I think the answer lies in look at what the networks did, right? I mean, most of the large networks have been around for more than 100 years. They have scaled up on companies coming together. I used to be part of a network called Havas many decades back. And they acquired some 250 small independent agencies, right? Today there are international networks that do that. So if smart entrepreneurs in this space actually decide to come together and say that, hey, on my own I'm X, but X plus Y is going to be much larger, right? And today is the era of collaborations, right? We see it all around. We see it in companies, we see it across, I mean, any brand you look at, any category you look at, you hear about collabs, right? So look for collaborations, look for other digital agencies that are also at the same boat as you, might be a little bigger, might be a little smaller, have something unique, have a different geo or have a different set of clients. See how you can collaborate with them, right? Coming together is really the strength for this community, right? Whether it is a business need, whether it is going after a client with different services which makes you guys complementary to that client. But I think that's how you will be able to scale up much faster, much more efficient. And once you do that, you get 2-3 great companies coming together, clubbing their services, growing their portfolio of services from 2 to 5 to 10. That's when you will start you'll start playing much larger. You will attract much larger client base, and with that, it's much easier for you to approach, funds like us which look into this category. So that's one great way, to collaborate. It's also a great way to fight against the big boys when you are up against a big pitch, right? The other thing you should remember is that the Indian government is the single largest spender on digital. It's bigger than any Unilevers of the world. It's the single largest spender. Right? They had took one decision about 5 years back that they are ready to work with startups in this space. So this is one of those few government tender categories where it's not about price, where it's not about, they want to work with the best. They, in most cases, in 70% of the cases, even if you are somebody who's 2 years old, 3 years old, under 5 crores of turnover, you will be able to participate in this. Here, if you collaborate with other agencies, come together, they allow consortiums in most cases. Again, they want talent like this. It's just that, most of it happens out of Delhi, so, we feel that, okay, maybe it's not for us, it's only for one set of guys. No, it's open. They want to work with newer, agile, smaller agencies, and again, that's a great opportunity. So coming together, putting your strengths together just makes you punch much, much, much heavier than your weight.
Is there the other side of the coin when it comes to collaborations? We also automatically think of consolidations that is happening, right? Bigger agencies, like you mentioned, they're working together, sometimes acquiring, merging, whatever the format is. So in a situation like that, in a landscape where there is a lot of consolidation also happening, what are your 2 cents for independent agencies, how to have their individuality intact and also retain their autonomy alongside partnering and working together with the bigger agencies?
Yeah, I think it's the best time to be an independent agency, especially because of this consolidation. If you look at the landscape, right, about maybe 7, 8, 10 years back, most of the networks came and they acquired the early starters in the digital agency space, right, and 90% of those agencies they killed by acquiring. Right? Typically, network agencies come to acquire you for what you are. The moment they acquire you, they want you to become of what they are. And that's a recipe for disaster. Now what has happened is a lot of independent agencies have gained scale. Some of them, I saw some of the names attending here and they've really scaled up in the last 6, 7, 8 years. They are now looking to acquire smaller independent agencies. Right? So this consolidation is no longer a domain of only the networks. Right? Independent agencies are out there hungry, looking for smart, upcoming independent digital agencies to either acquire, to collaborate, take a minority stake. Now, ultimately, it really depends on the equation of the founders. Okay, A, who's acquiring and who's getting acquired. It's their equation that's really going to lead the path of how this relationship will actually go on, right? How much control they'll keep, what is the understanding between them. But trust me, in the business that we are in and the way technology is a key ally in this category, right? It's no longer about control in the traditional sense. It's no longer saying that, okay, if I control 51%, I control this company. Today, investors are mature enough to understand that you have to let the entrepreneur bloom. Right? They have to do what they're good at. So control today is not about controlling the company, but it is control in terms of how well can you go into the market, how can you create better products for your clients, how can you create better campaigns. So consolidation in my mind is actually a great time and a great opportunity for smaller independent agencies.
Perfect. And since we are talking about smaller independent agencies and the advantages they have, One other question comes to my mind. When we speak to a lot of traditional brands, they have a certain set pattern that they sometimes do not want to come out of, right? And this is where independent agencies have an edge in terms of innovation or agility, right? So trying to understand from you, is this actually an edge that they can encash on, that they can really promote, as this is one of the advantages we have?
Well, absolutely, and big brands have woken up to it, right? Look at BFSI, right? The traditional banks got disrupted by the fintech world, right? Look at FMCGs. I mean, they never expected D2C to be such a force, right? All of them have gone and acquired D2C brands. All of the large banks today are looking to acquire fintechs, early stage startups, or getting that technology. They have now understood that if they really want to differentiate, and when I meet CMOs, this is one common thing. They are looking to work with the next guy on the street, with the next kid on the street who's creating that disruption. So that no longer is a barrier. When I first started digital agency 20 years back, it was a huge barrier saying go and do advertising, on digital. Today it's not. Today the biggest of them, and I'm sure if you look at the top 30, 40 independent agencies, they all work with the biggest brands. So that is no longer a barrier. The barrier in what I have seen is in the entrepreneur's mind, right? Where we ourselves put that thing saying that, oh, this client seems to be too big for us, we are just a 10-member team. That's not the case in terms of with the large brands. They want to meet you guys. They want to understand what's new. So just do not hesitate. The power of a cold call, the power of just showing up at somebody's door is so greatly underestimated. We just get lost in the noise and we forget how valuable we are and what we can do for that brand. So to answer your question, I don't see that as a barrier at all. Today brands are much more open. Of course, there might be some brands which will still have a way of it, but it's just a matter of time. And we've seen every sector, across has been disrupted by startups. And this sector is no different.
And talking of the future also about the days to come, for a very long time now, we've been talking about the funding winter. So is that finally coming to an end? Are we heading towards a time when this funding winter is coming to an end? Second is, what is the role of private equity firms, venture capitalists, when it comes to the next mile growth that these independent agencies are going to see, and how do they stand out to make themselves more attractive?
So there's no funding winter in India, right? Globally, look at it, this is the only place where all the big boys want to invest, right? There's no other market that's going to give them this kind of long-term returns which is there. So that is really, really not hit us at all. But most importantly, in the services category, right? Especially in the B2B services category, it's not a burn business. You do not need crores and crores and crores of capital to burn to create a great digital independent agency. And that's an advantage. There are lots of funds today who value the fact that however small you are generating cash. You're building a sustainable business. It's not a business where you want to go and get 1 million consumers tomorrow, right? You can have a set of 20, 25 clients, and that's great. So that way again, I see no dearth of money, which is organized money from a venture cap point of view into certain categories of this, but just the fact that there are so many angels, there are so many larger independent agencies who want to acquire today, itself is a great opportunity. The other thing you should not forget is Indian capital markets today are much more easy to tap. We've all seen the boom that is happening in the SME markets, NSE emerge. So today, an independent company, 3 years profit making, has a track record, can actually go and tap the retail investor. We've seen how our markets are booming, and these are not pipe dreams. We have lots and lots of agencies in this category in the last 12 months that have gone public, including some of ours. So, so it's not something that we heard about saying that, oh my God, doing an IPO is like a dream. No, today in India it's possible. So it's just about getting that knowledge, it's just having more conversations like this. I mean, if you guys as a platform decide to have even 4 such conversations in a year, you'll have 100 more companies in this sector getting listed in the next 3 years.
Our events team is listening, I hope. Before we open the floor to the audience, one last question, slightly more personal, is, as an expert, what are the kind of agencies, what are the categories, if I may say, that you are personally backing, and you see that, these are the kind of agencies that will bring in the next mile growth in the landscape right now?
So the first thing that we back is really very basic. Any agency that is doing good creative work, right? Creative work is underrated. We are so enamored by saying this is the latest ad tech piece in the market. End of the day, it's about brand storytelling. Even the panel before this, which was talking about influencer marketing and tech and all of that, ultimately it comes down to that piece of creative. That as a consumer is what we really, really enjoy, and that's what we remember of a brand. So any good agencies out there who really, really understand the brand, gets great creative product out, will always be in demand. After that, of course, influencer marketing is a great emerging category. Can you create some niches around that? Everybody's talking about AI. We'll have to really see how it is actually applicable. So AI in production, for example, there are lots of, lot of companies that are working in that place. AI in marketing analytics, we have invested in a couple which work with large FMCG groups to really do deep end sales analytics using AI. Media companies, right? Digital media companies from programmatic, we had a launch here today morning onwards. Again, there's lots of opportunities in that. But the entire spectrum, because we are just getting started, right? And it's still, this is one of the few markets in the world where digital is still like a 20-22% annual growth, which is unheard of across any medium, any market. And this is not a one-year phenomenon. This is going to continue. So across the spectrums, but age-old, if you are an agency that does great creative work, you will never go out of style.
Right. We'll open the floor to the audience. Any questions for Atul? While we can take more offline, and he mentioned that cold call is still in, so we can still do that. But still, any questions for Atul? We'd be happy to take some. Anyone? I think everybody's going to fall back on the cold call option.
I think it's time for a tea and coffee break.
Yes. We can all catch up off the stage, and we'll keep the conversation on our social platforms. Thank you so much for joining us, Atul. It was a wonderful conversation.
Thank you so much. As always, a pleasure to talk to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hegde. Ms. Roy, please stay with us and give a small token of appreciation to Mr. Hegde on behalf of e4m. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, our accounts with the hashtag e4m iDAC is buzzing. I hope you are contributing to it as well. This is our final panel discussion before we take a quick 30-minute break. So let's move on with our panel discussion, which is going to now talk about consumer behavior, understanding and targeting new age customers with traditional approach. Like Mr. Hegde mentioned, cold calls and visiting offices is still not old enough. You can still do that. So let's see how we can understand and target new customers with the traditional approach. And to talk about this, I'm going to invite on stage Ashwati Menon, CEO and co-founder, Rugless Media Private Limited. On the panel joining Menon is Jay Rathod, founder and CEO, Coffee Tech Communications. On the panel we are also joined by Shruti Sara Matthew, business head, DVO Digital. We also are joined by V. Narayanan, CEO, Alliance Advertising. And I'm going to also invite our session chair, Saurabh Gupta, founder and managing director at Garage Collective. So collectively, ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a huge round of applause. Come on. We all want to understand our consumers better, don't we? So a very warm welcome to our panelist and moderator. And I'm going to leave the stage to you, Saurabh.
Thank you so much, e4m and Maverick Awards, for giving opportunity to such a lovely jury over here, and the session is going to be exciting. With me, I have Narayanan with me. I have Jay, Shruti and Ashwati, who are all veterans in the industry and have been doing some kick-ass jobs. And definitely being a challenger agency and doing great job means a lot. So I have full respect for everyone over here.
So before we move, what we are right now going to talk about is consumer behavior in a more traditional approach. I personally have witnessed advertising transforming to marketing, getting mixed up as a digital branding and then performance. So many things has happened, a lot of potpourri in last 20 years or 2 decades, I would say. But yes, the methods have been almost same. The tools have changed. So let's understand from all the people over here that how things have changed. So my first question goes to Mr. Rathod. So how can we think and define the evolution of consumer behavior in the overall landscape?
So, Mr. Jay Rathod here. So I think we all will agree that post-pandemic consumer behavior has changed drastically in terms of more of digital content consumption compared to the traditional pieces. But now I feel consumers know that they don't expect convenience. They know that they should have convenience before taking any decisions because that is by default an understood parameter. And I feel traditional is still alive, but it's just wearing different clothes, like TV and print taken care by OTTs and other programmatic advertisements.
So are we saying there is a complete convergence of multiple mediums into one, and we are having multiple touch points from which we are deriving the data sets, and then we are deciphering the overall consumer journey to tackle the entire core messaging of a campaign?
Yes, because nowadays, because of a lot of data analytics and behaviors, we get a lot of insights that what should even a traditional campaign be, which was not the case earlier. Because now we know how we want to appoint a billboard and run a geo ads, and based on that how do digital retarget the customers. So behavior is always going to be hybrid and a 360-degree approach which has always worked.
Narayanan, I would definitely want you to add some points over here. You have been a veteran in the industry, and that too in a mainline category. So what Mr. Rathod said, I totally agree to that. What's your point of view?
Yeah, it is basically, I also completely agree. I think the whole strategy has to be consumer-centric and media agnostic, I would say. There is no traditional media, no digital media. It's all how are you going to clearly engage the consumer better. And using kind of, I would say there are 3 cornerstones of a strategy, which is all about data, insights, and now technology, to see how you can create a better engagement and a kind of more relevant and be more communication that's more relevant to your target audience. I think that's where the whole medium transformation or the paradigm shift is happening.
Thank you so much. Now moving on to my next question, I think Narayanan will be the best person to answer this. So we talk a lot about personalization today, right? So we have moved from prime time to me time. It's no more 9 o'clock show. I can consume data whenever I want to, right? It's my YouTube, my Netflix, my Amazon Prime, even short formats on Instagram, right? So today my content is my content, and my feed is my feed. So in a generation like this, in a situation like this, how are we looking at this personalization at scale? What can we do, all the marketers should be doing?
Okay, first of all, I think, yeah, personalization is definitely the way forward, but it needs to come with a scale. So, just to give an example, I think the biggest example, and you mentioned Netflix. Let's take Netflix. Now, once Netflix definitely reaches and serves millions of customers. But what they do is they have an algorithm which is based on data learnings, which is all about it's called K nearest learning or K nearest neighbor algorithm, due to which they look at look at your historic data, ratings, preferences, and then they use this algorithm to deliver personalized recommendation, content recommendation to you. I think that's a perfect way where, yes, it is generalization, it's across everyone, it's for Netflix, it's for everyone, but they make the user feel so personalized and kind of exclusive that you are wedded to Netflix. And data also says that based on the content recommendation, 70 or 80% of those shows are being watched by consumer, and it helps build loyalty as well. So this personalization at scale, this exactly comes in using the data better. That's what I would say. Yeah, but at the same time, it's also the scale that's important. You can't do a kind of just in one market, do a personalization campaign and do a targeting using digital. No, I wouldn't feel so. That will give us the kind of business outcomes which one would expect from a campaign. So I think that's how I would address this question.
Just to enlighten me a bit, can you give a live example that you have executed something in the space?
Yeah, I think one big example of where we used kind of a TV medium to drive personalized expedition, kind of personalized engagement. I think I'll take a brand called Cracks. Now, Cracks corn rings is the brand. Now, it's in the fiercely contested marketplace. We are fighting against Lay's, Kurkure, Bingo, and if you look at a traditional way of approach of a SOE, which I say share of expense is less than 2%, there's no way a smaller brand can compete with the giants. So that strategy had to be very different. As I said, there are three cornerstones which we looked at. We looked at insights, data, and technology. Now, this is how it actually helped the brand, and the objective was clearly to drive spontaneous awareness as well as trials. So first step, I mean, the target audience was kids. We knew that kids get fascinated by superheroes, try to emulate them, they try to enact them, they dress like them, they like to engage with them. So this is the first insight. Second, data. So when you look at, okay, if you look at superheroes, who are the top superheroes for kids? So we found a character called Little Singham here, which came on Discovery. And that character was the third most watched character in TV, using the TV ratings. Okay, so the third step was to find a technology partner. We had a great partner, Extender, to whom we collaborated, and we created a kind of a AR kind of engagement strategy, which is very, very personalized. Now, the way we approached this, we tied up with Little Singham. We introduced Little Singham Cracks corn rings packs, and there were 6 cards. There were 6 characters. We used the 6 characters and put those cards into the packs, and we ran a TV campaign. Which was going with around a high level of reach and frequency, and the consumers went to the store, they picked up the pack, they opened the pack, they got the cards, they scanned the cards on the mobile phone, very simple, and the whole characters came alive on their phone. Now they could interact with the character, they could make them sing, they could make them entertain. In fact, they also had this dialogue which says, Ata Maji Satakli. So they could be very, very engaged. So it was a character we gave them, it was an experience we gave to the kids, and we found a very high engagement. Now in just let's say in a 3 weeks campaign, we almost had 3 million downloads or 3 million scans. And we were very surprised, even after that the scans were going up, which means the kids have told their friends have bought the packs and they have scanned the characters and they have created personal experience. Now this is how a very traditional TV campaign, and with the right kind of tie-up or affinity partnership with technology as well as Discovery also created this whole kind of integrated communication. They made this TVC with Little Singham, as well as they allowed us to use the Little Singham characters in our packs. So it created a holistic experience, and this created magic. I mean, the term I heard this term in few sessions earlier. That is a magic which needs to be created, and this is how you use all these 3 pillars, which is the 3 cornerstones, as I mentioned: data, insight, technology, to create a kind of engaging experience. And the result was marvelous. I mean, in a category like this, in a fiercely contested marketplace, the awareness shot up, trials went up from 64% to 74%, and we helped build the brand. I think that's how a traditional media coupled with personalization gives a better engagement.
That's a fantastic study, I must say. Very interesting numbers. Anybody wants to add anything?
Yeah, I think if our feeds are, super personalized, then why not, have personalized communication from the brand side, right? Otherwise, as a brand, you're not really relevant. So one example I can think of is, we used to work with Symphony, air cooler brand. So they have more than 10,000 distributors across. So they had run a television campaign, and they wanted to amplify the reach. But the question was, how do we do personalization there,
right? So what we did is we have a proprietary tool, and with just a click of a button, we were able to personalize this video for each distributor, where the ad would play, followed by the distributor detail, which was for that particular region. So there was a distributor name, the contact details, which were shared to all these 10,000 distributors. So they were able to get personalized video, which they could carry forward to their customers and potential customers. So when we're talking about personalization, I think it's also personalizing for your customer, and also how can you take it to the next level and make it scalable as well, and also integrate your traditional medium with digital. Yeah.
That's brilliant. 10,000 videos, I must say. Anyone else?
I think one of the greatest things about, the advent of data with digital is that we've been able to work with cohorts for a long time now. Like in the last decade, most of the data set that you get with cohorts. But with personalization, one of the greater things that we're able to see with both the examples is that we're able to speak a language that only a certain set of people are allowed to know, right? So earlier it was that, the millennials like this language, or Gen Z likes this language. Right now you're talking to a small set of Gen Z doing, have interest in a small set of shows, probably watching the same reel, they find a corner of the internet that is their own. So when we work for instance, even in something like SEO, where we do a lot of content, right? So if we're working with something like Tata AIG, there one might think it's just car insurance, right? Everybody is talking about car insurance, we are just talking about car insurance. But what we've noticed is that the way people approach buying car insurance is completely different for each age group. For some, we need to convince them to start by buying a car. We need to teach them exactly what they need to look at. For a younger audience, we've noticed that more technical details about the car actually helps, right? So for instance, why ACO has ACO Drive is because they've noticed that a lot of audience want to be a part of the journey when you're buying a car as well. So we're talking about a lot more of the technical details of why an engine has to be used, or certain, if you are looking at like an EV car, what kind of details. Then when you're looking at an older audience, you're talking about, okay, aapke paas gaadi hai, अब आप हमसे इंश्योरेंस खरीद लो, right? So every conversation is different. Even though the personalization is not at the scale of just 10 people, you're talking to a small set of every generation now, with even the large scale content that you're generating. So personalization at scale has been happening for some time, but now I think it's on speed because a lot of people are able to do it better.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Jay, I just got a question by listening to what Ashwati said. You operate very closely with real estate. So do we approach the market of real estate also with personalization at scale or something like that?
Yes, because real estate as a market is very hyper-local, right? Because it's not a national campaign or a regional campaign. It's a very hyper-local campaign, like an X project in Worli needs to be communicated differently than an X project in Andheri, because the communication, the audience, the persona is very different than each and everything. So here personalization is at every pin code. It's not only about every age group, but at every pin code the personalization changes for real estate as a market. So I feel personalization, but along with that, scale is also important, and it's not only about just putting one name that dear Saurabh. It is not called personalization. I feel it's right message at the right time in the right format, at which you scale is, I think, which makes sense to advertisers all over for a brand.
Thank you so much. Moving to my next question, I think I'll put it to DVO teams over here. So, Shruti, so we have all seen media buying and planning landscape from a traditional media landscape of print, TV, radios, moving on to digital media buying planning landscapes, and then programmatic, and then Google's, Metas of the world. I have witnessed it myself and personally over the last 2 decades. What used to happen in mainline campaigns, we used to plan very thoroughly first, right? It used to take time, days, all those things, right? People used to believe, oh, is this so difficult? Yeah, it was actually, it is indeed, it still is very difficult. And once the plan is set, the buying is done, then the campaign flows easy. Operations team manages it very smoothly. In contrast to digital, it's absolutely opposite. Your planning phase is easy. Your buying is easy, your planning is easy, and your execution and controlling the overall campaign for the next 30, 45, 60 days is pain. It's very difficult. You just run the campaign on Google at 8 p.m. and you wake up in the morning and you realize Google has burnt all your money. You just can't leave it to the mercy of Google, right? So my next question actually comes from this only. So how do we look at campaign management and optimization in today's hybrid structure of agencies with young talent jumping in and so many tools, so many options available? So what do you think? How do we do that, the campaign management and optimization?
So first of all, I'm not sure if my team here would agree that, digital planning is easier than traditional because yes, end of the day, I think the effort is still the same, and I am a total believer that irrespective of traditional or digital, it is the power of your idea, right? And that is where I think the new technology and data is really helping, because earlier if we had to get an insight, we had to talk to customers, we do in-depth interviews, we do focus group discussions, but now there is a lot of data which is available online, right? There are customers searching, like for example, we were working for one of the international toy brands, and yes, we did speak to young parents, we did speak to expecting mothers, but at the same time, we realize they're also asking a lot of questions online, right? They are concerned, they're asking questions about what toys, what diapers, all sorts of, information is being gathered online. Young parents are also part of different communities where a lot of information is shared. So for us, when we are planning, all that is wealth of information that we can get really to understand who is this customer that we're communicating to, right? So I feel like, this whole shift wherein, he was talking about post-COVID. I think the shift that has really happened is, earlier there were digital natives, others were just testing waters with, online shopping and payments and things like that. I think post-COVID, there is a certain comfort when it comes to using online platforms, so online shopping, payments, the whole media consumption I think has shifted a lot to digital. Even, if I want to consume news, I would go to X and see what's happening, right? I hardly pick up a newspaper right now. So what I would say is, in terms of campaign planning, it is more about seeing, it's more about finding a really good big idea and then trying to see what are the effective touch points that we can look at based on the target audience, right? So once we have that in mind, then it's also about how to integrate. Okay, let me give you an example. We were working with World Tennis League. It is one of the sporting events in UAE in the Middle East. And so we did a completely AI-driven campaign for that. Because what happens is, essentially, when you have to do sporting event promotions, we have to shoot the players, right? And it takes a lot of time. Permissions are required. Players have to come together for certain shoots. So what we did, and also the fact that, if you take images from stock footage images, then, you have other issues as well. So we created the mood boards and all the images, illustrations completely on AI. So production time was then cut down from about 30 days to 2 days, right? And then what we did is, there were print ads, there were hoardings. So all these, traditional channels of communication, we were able to do integration, in a lot of ways. Like for example, in our print ad, we kind of recreated the whole venue in which the World Tennis League was being conducted. We had QR codes for each part of the venue. So people could actually scan and experience what they would witness once they go to the arena. And, this was actually redirected also to the website where people could book tickets for the event. So what I'm trying to say is, once you have like a strong idea, then it's about identifying what are the sort of media channels I can look at irrespective of traditional or digital, right? So once you get that crux, then it's about planning and then taking it forward and making it to the next level. Yeah.
Perfect. And how do we optimize the same then later? Once the planning is happened, everything is done, and the media deployment, how are we looking at optimization? If you can share some tricks.
In terms of?
The media deployment, the paid media buying that we are doing.
Yeah, so we have a team essentially, with the objectives in mind that is set. of course, it's a different ball game and we will have to, so I think with traditional media, what is happening is you put out an ad based on some insights that you may have and you expect results. But yeah, of course, in digital, the advantage is you know the numbers, right? The client knows the numbers. So then it's also about trying to tweak at points where you think it is relevant. So, if you find that there is a certain sort of audience who are not reacting as much as you expected, then you try different demographic cohorts, look at maybe different locations, look at interests. So, the kind of targeting that we can do is really, really good when it comes to digital advertising. I think that's also like a big plus.
Anybody wants to add something?
I think one advantage of campaign management that we have now, like you mentioned, there is a lot of tools that are available, right? So there are companies that thought that, okay, so we can now replace the agency and just tool kaam kar lega, right? Because you're like, now why waste money? But I think a lot of people have burnt their hands with this certain, surge of automation that has happened. Because one of the things that people have noticed is that for campaign management, still having that guy who understands the industry. To take his example, right? Real estate is a great example. Hyperlocalization is so important. If you're selling somewhere in Bombay, in like Lower Parel, okay? So you need to know Lower Parel. Your automation guys are not going to know that, right? Your text is never, even with every predictive AI, your text is never going to be that salt of the earth that you want it to be. So I think one addition that I've seen is that traditional aspect of it, having those guys who can have that kind of idea, understand the product better, along with any of the tools. Like honestly, all of the tools are just coming to their age. We've not seen a lot of well-optimized tools that can still replace the agency even 50% right now. But I think having that guy, that is the traditional aspect of it that I'm still excited by. Because I think that is not an insight I've seen any tool provide. Okay.
Such a relief, Ashwati. We are not going out of business because of AI.
I know. I say this every day to everybody.
Yeah, thank you so much. So, with this question, I just realized numbers are playing a big role, right? Everybody's talking about numbers. So, when it comes to numbers, we mean analytics, right? When we mean analytics, we also go into forecasting a lot, right? And with so many analytics tools available for free from Meta to Google to Microsoft Clarity, plethora of data is there. So what do you believe in how brands can use predictive analytics and trend forecasting in better planning of their campaigns?
Right. So I think sometimes people say it's the curse of the data, right? Because now there is so much data, everybody doesn't know where to look. But I think since ChatGPT has come into play in 2022, everybody has understood that, the industry is on steroids. So there is data and there is one machine that could 80% of the times give decent insights from the data as well. But I think one of the things that people need to look at when it comes to predictive analytics as well is that what you input still matters, okay? Because people think that because analytics has come into play, machine learning has come into play, the input doesn't matter. The output or the prediction is only as good as the data that it's trained on. So if the data that you've put in is trained on something very faulty, very large scale, it's still going to give you garbage. It's not going to give you anything insightful. So that's why the whole training aspect of data needs to be very important. So even however big the company is, if you're getting your information from Clarity or Hotjar, wherever, right? Website analytics that needs to go in needs to be actually deciphered by a data analyst at your end or a person at your end who can actually look at the data and say that, hey, this is the cluster where it belongs. This is the kind of person that it's looking at. And that insight, when put into a machine now, can give you, like he said, magic, right? The miracle of that data that comes out, it's very pure. It can predict exactly what a user would probably be interested in. I'll give you an example. So one of the things that we wanted to do with BFSI, right? There is a lot of information out there, but not all the information is accurate, because when I write something, some other guy copies it, then everybody writes the same thing, right? Because that is what is happening. Now, what we realize is that the websites that our competitors are not doing, something that we want to look at. So let's try to understand how health as a segment is something that we can learn about. So our team created a scraper that goes on Reddit and Quora and collects all data and questions anybody has ever asked about health insurance, and then starts clustering that information, right? To understand exactly what kind of person is going through what kind of issues, and then maybe then create data content pages about that kind of things, right? Because there the input was the person actually going through that information. Scraping has become easier, right? But creating that tech at our end was something proprietary, but at the end of the day, the guys who have worked in the health segment were the actual game changers for us, who were able to then predict, okay, so these are the kind of pages, or this is the kind of information you need to put out there that would help your clientele as well as become something new in the industry that others are not able to do. So that is, I think, the best way to understand forecasting as of now.
Mind blown already. That was amazing. So the time is also running. So I think one last question I would want to ask everyone over here, that so somewhere we have transformed ourselves from traditional to digital in last few years. So what is the future of traditional agencies with the growing digital world? How do you look at it? Is it a challenge? Is it an opportunity? How we are looking at things? Please, I would appreciate if everyone can help point over here.
Okay. So it's basically, I think, as I said earlier, it's all about rethinking that to be done. You use data better, you collaborate with technology partners, you create engagement kind of a strategy, or you create kind of a campaign that will drive the KPIs for the brand based on the business outcomes KPIs. So I think it's the framework that's important. I mean, traditional agencies, I mean, there's nothing like traditional. Like, if you see, we talked about personalization, we're talking, these are all new topics, but if I go back, I mean, a brand which has been doing personalization since legacy years is Amul. They use current trends, they use data, they see topical ads. I mean, and the ads are also so customized and so relevant to that audience. Like, I saw a Bihu festival ad which had the Bihu girl instead of the Amul girl. So I think it's I think that's been happening since many years. These are all new topics, but the way the brand, the storytelling needs to happen, I think that's more critical. So it's the approach which needs to change. Like, basis at Alliance, we follow this 4-step approach, which is reach your consumers, enrich the comprehension about the brand, create and enable experiences, and then foster advocacy. Now, these are the 4 kind of, I would say, cornerstones of engagement or a communication strategy. So I think once we set the framework right, build on the idea and build on or based on what the brand wants, I think that's the way forward. So it's using data better and insights better, maybe the data learnings better, forecasting better. I think it's all put together. So it's mixing creativity with data.
So I think traditional agencies brings a lot of experience in terms of storytelling and emotional resonance. So I think they have to go now hybrid with adoption of digital tools, but they should not forget their core strength, which was storytelling and emotional resonance, which I think is sometimes lost in the digital world of scrolling. And at Coffee Tech, we believe the key word is balance. Balance between creativity and technology, balance between personalization and scalability. So I think it's not about traditional versus digital, but it's about going hybrid with the right balance between both of them.
Ashwati, you want to mention something?
No, I think with traditional, the only thing is adapt. Also, ChatGPT can't replace your team. Just remember that.
But I think all the people working in traditional advertising go back home and do Instagram. So yeah, everybody is part of the same ecosystem.
Not before going home, on the way.
And on the way itself. Sorry, I still drive back home, so I can't do that. So yeah, so yes, actually the way forward is we have to coexist. We are all digital natives in a way now. We can't live without an email, we can't live without a WhatsApp, right? And the digital interventions are growing with every day in our lives. So whether it's a traditional agency or a digital agency, even the client, I believe, wants that QR code to be placed in their print ad, right? So the amalgamation is beautiful. It has already happened. It's not happening anymore. It has already happened. So I think that's it from my side.
And I would also just maybe add in as a summary of all that you said, which I think is about embrace technology and AI. Earlier on somebody had asked the audience, how many of you use AI tools, and I just saw about 5-6 hands going up. I kind of think, AI is sort of like an enabler, and okay, you have the creative power, use AI to your advantage to kind of supercharge and take it forward, because there's just so much you can do. And for the client also, it's reducing production times in terms of, more efficient creatives at a shorter duration. So yeah, I think for a traditional agency, definitely embrace technology and AI tools and use it to a full advantage.
I'm sure.
We do that.
वैसे वो जो 5 हाथ थे वो सब लोग यूज करते हैं AI. They just don't want to tell. Trust me. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you. Let's give a big round of applause to our panelist and moderator. Please stay with us a moment longer. I'm going to invite on stage Mr. Nachiket Devle, Head of Sales at Double Verify, to appreciation to our panelists and moderator. Panelists and our moderator, thank you so much for that intriguing conversation on stage. I hope you've been sending out your questions on Twitter using the hashtag e4m iDAC. Also, you can go ahead and give your key takeaways from the sessions. Right now, we're going to take a quick 20-minute break. We request you to please come back for the final session for our conference, post which we would also request all of you to join us for Digital 40 Under 40 and e4m Maverick Awards 2024. But right now, let's take a short break.